Hi everyone, and welcome to the Asia Esports Festival Pokemon Unite competition. And me and Phoenix here are a little bit early to the casting scene. We're just so excited for the games, so we're gonna jump right into the first game that we're gonna cover for you guys, which is the lower bracket round 1 between Primal 5 and Team Casual. So this is how the bracket looks right now. We have, the upper brackets kind of finalized. We will be going through with you guys the rounds from lower bracket round 1, lower bracket round 2, to round 3, and winners bracket round 3, as well as towards the grand finals.
Yes, excited to see both of these teams in this lower bracket final. They did both lose to their respective counterparts in Nolakari and Renaissance, so they're going to need a lot of momentum to be able to win this next game, whoever can come out of it and get into that lower bracket final, however it may turn out. But excited to see how both are going to perform in this next round and see if they can get a nice little counter punch in and continue on and maybe make a push for the grand final, but they will have some tough competition ahead.
Yeah, so for those of you guys who are wondering, this game that we're going to watch is between Primal 5 and Casual. So Primal 5 is actually a team that we are quite familiar with. It is kind of like Elite Force team, kind of split off a little bit. So they have a little bit of new players coming in, and Casuals is kind of a new team to the scene. Never really seen them before, but really excited to see what they're going to bring to us here.
I mean, they've already made it relatively deep, being able to make it this far, so it's not a bad effort whatsoever. And looking at both of the bands there, we've got the Dragonite and the Venusaur on the side of Casuals, and then for Primal 5, taking away that Hooper and Serena. I definitely think the Hooper-Serena makes a ton of sense. They're very strong at the moment. Hooper never going to be weak with the ability to teleport the team around the map. But interested to see that Venusaur as well as the Dragonite. So I haven't been as familiar with Primal 5, but if those are some common picks from their team, it would make sense to make sure you can take them out and not have to deal with them later.
Yep, I think Venusaur and Blissey is one of the Pokemons that are usually quite banned in the games that we have seen so far in the Lion City League or in other competitions as well. So by banning the Venusaur, you still have access to the Blissey, which is really one of the strongest support Pokemon that we have in the game right now. So I think that's a pretty good decision. Maybe they aren't really ready to go against the Venusaur. Maybe that was the Pokemon that they had the trouble with in the earlier games. So yeah, really excited to see this both team compositions and how they actually work out in this game, and we're going right in.
And what I am seeing is the Delphox on both sides, so both teams having that sort of strong lockdown potential from range. Has been nerfed just a little bit, but still an incredibly powerful tool. And then we see the Snorlax as well, hoping it's a Flail-Lax. I don't think it will be, but if it is, I'll be very excited to see that one come out the gate swinging. But a strong engage from the side of Casuals as well. Along with that Snorlax, they also have the Charmander, who will become that Charizard and be an absolute menace with Unite. And then, of course, with the Trevenant coming in there later on, just a menace to deal with in that front line. So excited to see what they're going to do here, but a decent comp as well from the side of Primals, a bit more front to back and a bit more standard.
Yep, I think for me, I quite like the team composition coming in from Casuals. They have a lot of crowd control with the Trevenant later at level 5 and also with the Delphox. So if they're able to use those skills really well, especially the Unite moves, to synergize it extremely well in all the team fights, I feel like it's a very strong team composition because Cinderace can come in from the back, deal a lot of DPS in the safe distance, while Trevenant and Delphox kind of just deal so much damage and decrease the kind of healing abilities against the side of Primal 5, making this Blissey a little bit of a questionable choice right now.
Yeah, the AoE damage that's going to come from Casuals is going to be incredibly scary with all of those Unites, as well as having so much crowd control. But I also don't mind the Blissey being able to have some of that protection. Really depends, and a good engage there to be able to get those two taken out, as well as get a ton of dunks in. Primal 5 getting a nice early lead there. A good rotate there from the jungle for Primal 5.
I think this timing makes a lot of sense because Primal 5, they have a team composition that skills pretty early in the game. They have the Slowbro, they have the Ninetales that levels that gets the first power spike at level 4, as compared to the side of Casuals where they need to get all these 3 stages Pokemon evolved, like Charmander and the Delphox that will come in as well. Trevenant as well is kind of mid-game scaling. It does need its level 5 before it becomes quite strong, and we already saw how Primal 5 is making use of this advantage. They are playing very aggressively already in the early game, bringing down the Trevenant already, and scoring 94-0 already within the first 2 minutes of the game.
Slowbro and Ninetales both known for incredibly oppressive early games, so it makes sense for them to go as aggressive as they are. Seeing it again in this top side, fantastic stuff to be able to secure that one, with Duraludon securing that one as well. And that is their late game insurance, so you do want them to be getting most of the XP, most of the KOs here, so they can continue to push ahead, and gets another one, almost level 9, well in time for the spawn on Dreadnought down below, but they do need to rotate to that objective.
I think bottom lane for the side of Primal 5, they're holding it really well, so they don't really have to rush down all the way yet. Not to mention, Duraludon is probably the one that is going to secure the objective for them, so they're probably going to try and delay as much as possible and wait for the Duraludon to come in and go for the engage onto the side of Casuals.
And they're trying to make this fight work on the side of Primal 5, already getting that first pick onto the Snorlax. Nicely done, and I think it's all but secured at this point. They already have a level 9 on the Duraludon. There you go, you see it just so they can rip it even faster, and they take it so damn quickly, and now they're just going to push in for the advantage, take down the Charmander as well. Nicely done, still level 4. Unfortunately struggling to get the XP there, and even clean up the Cinderace on the back of the fight. They have punished this bot lane.
Yeah, Primal 5 is doing so much, and it definitely shows that they have a lot more experience playing this game, right? The Duraludon is just doing so much for his team right now, and Casuals, they don't seem to have an answer to it. They're not able to engage onto the backlines to get this Duraludon down at all, and I think they really need to focus on maybe getting the levels. Stop giving Primal 5 all of these knockouts. Just take your time, get the levels that you need, and then find an angle for you to go in there and get some knockouts of your own.
It can be a difficult mental game to play when you are falling behind. Sometimes you feel like you need to take these picks, but in a game especially like Unite, where you get more XP coming up on the side lanes once they've taken down your first goals, you're able to get so much more value for it. So more camps spawn near you, you can just relax, farm up, get your XP and take it a little bit slower. But again, they're trying to fight a little bit too hard in this point, and they're getting ripped to shreds by the side of Primal 5, getting 3 KOs there and continuing to look for more. Still a Charmeleon. They're having a rough time at the moment to get that evolution, but it will be scary once they can get that. So Casuals just need to find that composure, relax, take a few more camps, give up maybe a few more objectives, and just focus on trying to get that farm. But losing that next goal, the second goal, is always a little bit scary because it's no longer safe to try and farm in that side lane.
I definitely agree with you and what you're saying, but at the same time, Primal 5 is giving them so much pressure. It's hard for Casuals to actually come back into the game. They have so much map presence. They are in top lane and bottom lane, just trying to chase down the side of Casuals, making it extremely hard for them to get any of the farms at all.
It's making it incredibly difficult for them. And I think it's because, look, we've seen Primal 5 here before. They've played in a lot more tournaments and they've had that strong skill together. And so they've had time to build that up, whereas Casuals coming together in this tournament, absolutely fantastic to see. But it's making it a little bit tougher. You can see the experience coming in from Primal 5, and they've already got the setup on the objective, so they're going to rip that one like no one's business. And they've got it, and now they're going in for the charge. They should be able to take most of this fight. A nice engage from the Snorlax, but I don't think it's going to get much value. They're just trying to back away from the team, just trying to peel out, so hopefully most of the team can survive. And they do get some nice burn down onto that Ninetales, but are they going to get more? Finally, the Charizard Unite coming in. They should be able to get some XP from this. That's one taken out. Crucial to take that one down. Are they going to be able to get more? They decide they have to back away. Charizard just a little bit too low.
I think they definitely found a lot of value there. I mean, looking at it, they finally have the Delphox, they finally have the Charizard. Charizard getting 2-3 levels just from that fight alone. I think that's exactly what Casuals need to do, right? Know the timing of when their Pokemons are going to be, you know, very strong and useful in the prime time in some sense, and you use that to their advantage. I think Primal 5, they were a little bit overconfident there. They went in without realizing that Casuals, they finally have a Unite move, and Casuals, they find value from that.
But now they're just getting absolutely punished. A good return there from the side. Duraludon able to force them out of the lane, and they all get taken out. I think it was greedy for Casuals to try and push for that Rotom. I think, again, concede it. I know it feels bad, especially when you're on your final go post there with the Rotom running it down, but you'd rather get the farm, get your Cinderace farmed up, get them to a point where they can carry you in these later fights. So I think it was kind of the wrong move there, and they do get punished hard for it.
Yeah, they definitely don't need to be pushing out this Rotom so far because, you know, the timer, it's still at 3 minutes 30 seconds. So that means they do have enough time to actually just take it a little bit more slower, try and farm up their Unite moves and just defend from this Rotom. Primal 5, they aren't pushing the top lane, but they are actually going to push for the bottom lane. So they have to try and respond. But I feel like Casuals, they don't really have the manpower for this. They can't go against like 4 of these Pokemon from the side of Primal 5.
Primal 5 keeping up so much pressure, wanting to end this game before the Zapdos even spawns, and I really respect the play. And it made sense to leave the Trevenant up top. They're able to solo take down that Rotom without any worry, but at the same time, they're not able to push off Primal 5 from that objective. If you have the Trevenant there, they're not going to have a chance to be able to get any dunks. There's going to be so much pressure. You won't be able to take down the Trevenant too quickly. And there they are again, taking that Dreadnought. So now a massive XP lead on the side of Primal 5. Already have Duraludon at level 14. And whereas the next highest, Cinderace, level 12, that's not quite going to cut it for this final fight.
Yeah, they definitely don't have the final level spike that you really want to see in the late game for side of casuals. But they do have a very strong Unite move from Trevenant as well as Delphox. If they manage to land them together, it might very well for the team. But it seems that Trevenant is already being caught out here, so it will be out from the fight for around 5 more seconds. And I feel like Primal 5, with the team composition, they're probably just going to start the Zapdos anyway, so just zone them out of casuals. And Primal 5, they probably will be able to get this.
They do have a ton of secure with that Duraludon, with that Slowbro as well. So they should be able to just zone this as they're doing already, and they're actually taking it a little bit slow, and they're going to go for the Rip, but this could be a good opportunity for casuals if they can throw out all the AoE Unite moves, but they're getting completely countercharged. They're trying to get some damage done there. The Snorlax as well, getting taken out on the front part of that fight. They're incredibly low, but they weren't able to get any more value from that. They just played it slow. They already had the lead, and they just outstatted them in that fight. And they take the Zapdos, and they should be able to take home this game.
Yep, I think definitely fighting in the Duraludon Unite move probably wasn't that great of an idea. I mean, you do have the Delphox Unite and you do have the Charizard that is able to deal so much damage to the back line. But if you go into the Unite move of that Duraludon, you're doing so much damage to yourself as well. Not to mention Duraludon, I think plays that Unite move extremely well, just zoning out the entire team of casuals coming in from the choke point, and because of that, they just get 5-man knocked out just like that, and Primal 5 taking the first game in so very dominant.
You can do it!
That was incredibly dominant, and off the back of a very nice pick onto that Trevenant. It made a lot of sense to go for it, and Trevenant doesn't even feel too bad about getting taken out there. It does suck, but the timer was so low, being level 11, that they were back in time for that spawn. But the only problem is that it meant that casuals didn't have time to set up in a better way. They weren't able to go top side or bot side and try and encroach from there, where they're not going to get caught into such a terrible choke point. And then maybe they have a chance to turn it around if they were able to chain those Unites together. Think about it, the Snorlax, the Trevenant, as well as the Delphox. So much AoE damage that you can put onto one spot altogether. And then Charizard goes in, causes a bunch of havoc, and Cinderace just taking people out as they try to exit that area. It was a chance for them to get back into it, but unfortunately, Primals got the read on it and had a much better position in that fight.
Yep, I definitely think it didn't come down to like the team composition. It really came down to, you know, the strategy that he had in terms of engaging and disengaging in the fights right there. And I think in that sense, Primal 5, they definitely have more experience in this, and it definitely shows in this first game. So I'm going to be quite interested to see what casuals actually bring to the table on the second game. Are they going to go with the same team composition? Because I feel like it's a pretty good one, but they need to be more careful in terms of how they engage.
I definitely think you're right, and I think they need some ways to be able to secure these objectives. They don't really have a lot to be able to do that, and also I think just play safer in the early game if you're falling behind. Again, not so much wrong with the comp, but maybe they decide, hey, let's not concede as much in the early game. Maybe we swap out that Charizard for something that can hold its own a little bit better in lane, and maybe even help us get some secure. Maybe go for something like an Aegislash. We can still fill that role of a Charizard in a much different way and still go quite aggressive. But looking at those damage charts, seeing a lot being done by the Duraludon as well as the Delphox on the side of Primal 5, doing a ton of work there, getting 80 and 86k respectively there, so looks quite nice. And you look at the side of casuals, they just weren't up to be able to deal that same amount of damage. So again, I think they just need to find a way to outlast them in that early game so they can get to that late game and make some stuff happen.
Yeah, they definitely need to synergize the way that they engage in the team fights. I think we've talked about, you know, the Delphox Unite, the Snorlax Unite, as well as the Trevenant Unite, and also, you know, Cinderace attacking from the back lines, and then Charizard also coming in towards the back line of Primal 5. That's probably the best way that they can kind of engage, but they need to time the Unite move really well, and also be careful of the slow blow, because the slow beam can be very detrimental to the Charizard, who is, you know, one of your main damage dealers on the side of casuals.
Yeah, the pick for the Slowbro works incredibly well into this comp. Just having the ability to stop the Charizard. There's nothing else that can really stop a Charizard once it is able to use its Unite. So having that Slowbro in the pocket, that was probably their plan all along. Just wait for it and be able to stop them before they can cause too much havoc. But I don't even think they even needed to worry too much about that. They had such strong positioning, and again, you could see Primal 5 always at the objective on time, always setting up incredibly well. And that was even during the first one, where it looks like casuals had the better position to begin with because Duraludon was up top trying to get that XP. So I think they need to find a way to muscle into these situations better. Maybe they just need to pull back slightly. Maybe they'll get too far ahead before the people were down there to actually be able to take the Dreadnought. So we'll have to see how they can come back in this next game.
Yeah, I definitely think that they should play back a little bit, especially in the early to mid game when the team composition on the side of casual is not going to do as much because they haven't reached the power spikes. With the Delphox, with the Charizard, you just want to play back a little bit. Don't give them too much EXP. I think in the early game already there was too much level lead for the side of Primal 5. They had a 3 level lead onto the side of casuals, and I think that is very hard to come back from. I think they did a pretty good job getting some of those knocked out once they had the Charizard, but I felt like it still wasn't enough and it was way too late into the game for them to actually come back in terms of being able to take a team fight or being able to score in some dunks.
Yeah, definitely playing safer is one way to do it, and we've already discussed quite a bit about it. Or they could just flip the entire game on its head, pick something completely different, go very early game indexing, and see if they can just push Primal out of the game before it even starts. Much like Primal did in that game. And when you look at their team, yes, it had some strong early game points, but they did have a little bit of scaling as insurance. They had the Duraludon, they had the Blissey, so maybe try and punish that point. They were quite a squishy team. Pick stuff like the Lucario that's able to jump in early, pick the Snorlax again, but maybe go Flail-Lax, try and do something aggressive. I mean, it sounds kind of troll, but you can make it work. Pick that aggression and just try and force them out of lanes, and then that way they don't have a chance to come back.
Yep, I definitely think that would be like a pretty good option, but it really depends on what team casual is kind of comfortable with playing. Do they have that Pokemon pool of maybe playing Pokemons like Sylveon or Espeon, or even Glaceon is banned, but yeah, the two evolutions are actually very strong. They scale very early in the game at level 4, and they are able to deal so much damage and pressure so much in lane, especially on tanks such as the Blissey and the Slowbro.
And the early unites as well help for that fight over a Dreadnought, the first one especially. If you can gain that momentum early, you don't have to worry about the late game. If you can just muscle them out, use your unite moves early with those evolutions, and then just pressure the game from there. That could be an interesting adaptation to see. But we'll have to see if Arnold will be able to come back from this one.
Yep.
And it looks like Primal's will be playing on the top side for this next game.
Yep, I think that they are doing like the soft sides things that we usually see. But yeah, so it will be quite interesting. I think the Espeon combination with Delphox and Trevenant, they are all AoE skills. Just imagine how much you could do if you just line all of those unite moves together. I think it's gonna be crazy how much damage you're dealing and how much you can just disrupt the opponent's team. But of course, it really does come down to the execution, and whether or not you are able to do that will just show just how much skill you have in this game and how much you know about this game and the position, making use of the positioning of the other team as well.
And you noted before, it depends if they're in the character pools for each of these players, right? If they don't have that, they're not going to be able to bring those out. But I definitely think you're right. It already looks like they like the idea of having these big AoE team fighting unites to be able to bring out on the table, and evolutions are a great way to do that, and there's so many other characters that can make that sort of style work. They just need to be able to pick them and get into these fights. So again, I'm looking for something that can either win them the early game, or they can run the same comp, happy for them to run it back, play safer, give up certain things once it's looking bad already. If you've already lost the Dreadnought fight and you're already getting pushed out, just accept the fact, if your goals go down, take the farm, take it easy, relax, scale back into that game. Find your opportunity, you just need to get the farm so you can do it.
Yeah, I think we definitely saw that in the first game where, they went for different kinds of objectives when they could have, gotten their levels for the Charizard. They were trying to engage too much in the fights, I would think. And because of that, they really scaled up way too late into the game. So just a little bit more of like positioning and timing, knowing what objectives to go for would help team casuals a lot already in that sense.
Yeah, especially on the Rotoms. I don't think you need to push as hard for some of those Rotoms as you might think. Again, they had their entire top side up with a ton of XP there that they could actually collect. And instead, take the time to just collect that XP. Let them take the Rotom initially and then defend against the Rotom once it's near your goalpost and once you've all gained a little bit of XP. Then that fight's a little bit closer because they didn't get any of that XP. They were all split up and they just got torn apart in a lot of those fights. So I think just being a little bit more reserved, accepting the fact that you don't have to fight for every single objective, but fight for the ones that matter. Try and be there for those Dreadnoughts. Make sure that you're going to be up and have the XP for the second Dreadnought if you're conceding the early fights.
Yep, definitely. I think, as people who have played the game a little bit more, we all know that Dreadnought is more important than Rotom. But, when you first start out, it might be a little bit hard for you to kind of make all the connections or the strategies or to know the different strategies that, the different teams have there. So, yeah, but with that, we are going to go into the second game between Primal 5 and Casuals. Let's have a look at see whether or not there has been any changes in terms of the bans and also the picks that both teams are going to go for.
and it looks like there definitely has been changes to those bans. Crucially, they've left the Hooper back open again, and that means Primal 5 immediately jumping onto that one so they can secure that, and they have banned out the Snorlax as well as the Duraludon. I find it odd that they've banned out the Snorlax since they were originally playing that pick themselves, but getting rid of the Duraludon makes a ton of sense. It had so much secure, it avoided them from getting into any of those choke points, so I think that's a good adjustment for those bans.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a very responsive approach, I would say, from the side of casuals to actually ban out the two Pokemon that were causing a lot of trouble for them in the first game. But it's also interesting to see that, you know, even with Hoopa unbanned, they aren't actually going to pick the Hoopa. So in terms of the rotations, they have to make sure that they are one step ahead of Primal 5. If not, they are going to lose out a lot on the objectives like Dreadnought and Rotom, and what happened in the first game might happen again.
That's if they are allowed just to punish them as hard as they do. This is a game where I want to see casuals go incredibly aggressive, and I do actually love the adjustments they've made towards that. You have a Mr. Mime, which is incredibly dominant in the early game, just able to steal away so much farm. And if you're able to do that, you can deny them a ton of XP and then just engage upon them when your mid-central player comes up to help you out in those fights. And Ninetales as well, Bulbasaur does quite well in the early game and scales incredibly well. So I love these adaptations, and hopefully they should be able to put a bunch of pressure in that top side and in the bot side and be able to muscle them out, and then hopefully just have a stronger position for the Dreadnought fight.
Yep, I think it's going to be quite interesting because both teams, they don't have a Blissey, they don't have Safeguard, and both teams, they have so much crowd control. They have the Ninetales, they have the Mime on the side of casuals who is able to just, you know, deal so much, disrupt the team fight potential of Primal 5, and on the side of Primal 5 as well, they do have that Hoopa, they have that Pikachu, and the Ninetales. So a lot of crowd control going to happen, so if your engages in this game, it's going to matter so much more.
Yeah, I was going to say, we were talking about the team fighting AoE unites from casuals, but Primal 5 deciding to match in-suit as well. Other than the Lucario, which is going to be a little bit more single target sort of focus for this game. But I think it's impressive. I'm excited to see what both of these teams are going to bring, who's actually going to be able to muscle these fights. But the Lucario in that bot side as well, causing a lot of issues, is for the side of casuals, not able to deal as well as they probably would have hoped. The Mime not able to get that far ahead, still level 3 at the moment, struggling just a little bit in that lane from the pressure of the jungle Lucario coming in.
Yeah, and it seems like Primal 5, they are stacking on the Pikachu as well as the wall turtle. And they managed to really bring down the side of casuals quite a bit, right? The Vulpix is still not evolved yet, and casuals, they kind of need to focus on getting the EXP that they need first before they try to engage once again. Primal 5, it's very interesting to see the Lucario in the central area as a central area Pokemon, so it does mean that he will have its close combat or Bone Rush, and depending on which one he chooses, the team fights for the side of Primal 5, it will be quite interesting to see how they take it.
And it's not a terrible pick either. I've seen it coming up a little bit more. People have favored picking it in that top side, especially when there was the solo lane meta, just because it allowed you to get very easy stacks. But you can see the power of its ganks coming in. Having that XP early, getting the fully charged power-up punch, and then going into a close combat, great secure with that as well. So it makes sense to play it as that sort of central area character. That way you're able to jump to these objectives, secure them, or go in for powerful ganks. But it does mean you drop off pretty hard, but when you're playing a jungler that's focusing on the early game, trying to get a nice early lead, and you can see how much it's done in both bot and top. First in bot lane, then going towards top side to make it more in their favor. Level 9 as well, they should be able to secure this very easily.
Yep, I think Primal 5, they just found a really good angle to catch the Cinderace off guard just now. I think he just wasn't able to juke it out with his move, and because of that, you know, with the Hoopa as well, they're able to kind of just rotate very quickly to the bottom side and find the Dreadnought and find the team fights as well.
And we saw exactly that secure coming on in, using the Unite to take it as well, and then just diving into the rest of the team, forcing them away from that Dreadnought and getting the dunks down. And now if I'm the side of casuals, I'm thinking, okay, it's time to play defensive. We were talking about it last time. It's okay to concede some of these objectives. Hooper is going to beat you around the map regardless. Maybe concede that Rotom, focus instead on just trying to get a little bit more farm. Level 6 on that Venus, or on that Ivysaur, I should say. So they just need to back out, and they lose the goal as well. And that's going to be a scary prospect, but it means more farm. Get that farm, get back into this game.
Once again, casuals not choosing to take the fights instead of the EXP. The War Turtle is not yet at a level where they can kind of evolve and actually find a chance to actually go in, and with all the Unite moves that Primal 5 have, they're gonna push into the tier 2 once again.
Punishing them once again. We've said it before, they just need to accept defeat on some of these. They're just giving up way too much, and more so it's the fact that if they go down, they're no longer on the map to gain XP. That's the big thing. You want to be back on the map doing stuff. Looking at a gray screen is not going to be a great time in this case. You're just going to be stuck there in base, not able to do anything. So make sure you're alive. Allow some of these objectives to go down because you're already behind. Accept that. It's time to get that farm. Claw your way back into this game, and then find a sneaky pick when they're playing a little bit off, maybe a bit aggressively on some of their characters, get more XP back, and then just be ready for that final fight. You can always win the game at Zap.
I definitely agree with what you're saying there, but I mean, look at the map. There isn't much farm for them to actually get those EXP at all, and they're constantly trying to go in onto the side of Primal 5. They're just gonna get knocked out, and Primal 5, they have the Hoopa Unite, so they can defend the top lane, they can defend the bottom lane, and they have any ways to just go down to the Dreadnought so easily.
Primal 5 playing them like a fiddle at the moment. It's looking a little bit awkward, and once again the Lucario just doing so much damage. Gets the triple, a huge close combat into a power-up punch, just completely decimating the side of casuals, getting 3 for the price of 1 there. Love seeing that effect coming out from this Lucario. Noil doing a ton of work in this game. It's been incredibly impressive to see. We saw them on the Duraludon last game, and now we're seeing them cause a lot of havoc with Lucario this game. Excited to see if they can keep up this momentum into the next series as well. If they can make it that far again, casuals still have an opportunity. They just need to get farm. They just need to catch up, get their Unites up. Some of them still don't have it. We can see a lot of them being locked at level 8, one locked at level 7, and now they're just letting them get into their jungle. Again, I would have just considered that goal and taken the farm.
And look at the time of 4 minutes, this is the right time to be using your Unite moves. Primal 5, they decide to just go for the Hoopa Unite, they find even more value, bringing down the Ivysaur as well as the Cinderace from that. And they are going to be able to get to the Rotom without any contest from the side of Casuals. And I mean, look at Casuals, they don't have the Venusaur yet, they don't have the Blastoise yet. It's going to be a very hard game for Casuals in the second round.
Yeah, we can see that 3 minutes 30 and they still don't have Unites yet on a lot of their characters. Now just 2 of them that are trying to hold out for that one, but they really need to get them ASAP. Get that level 9, get those power spikes going in, and get ready to actually fight for this Zapdos. Again, they're going to be super behind, so it's going to be some sort of a miracle, but if they can chain together their Unites in the right way, and they're able to lock them down, again, Blastoise with really solid positioning is able to keep them locked down and fight incredibly well, and then throw down the rest of the Unites on top of that. They might have a chance to turn this around, but just outstanding them. Primal 5, I think, are doing incredibly well, just muscling them at every point of the map, denying them even their own XP, so they can actually keep them further and further ahead. So I think incredible stuff from Primal 5 in this game.
Yep, I honestly feel at this point it's a little bit too hard for casuals to come back into this at all. Primal 5, they have the advantage in terms of levels, the points, and also in terms of the experience playing Pokemon Unite more competitively, and they know when to go for things. Noil is extremely well known for his Lucario as well, so it is going to be an upward climb, especially with the timer being 2:30, already so near to the 2-minute mark where the Zapdos will actually spawn.
Yeah, it's dangerously close to that timer, and it looks like Primal 5 should be able to secure this one as well. And they've lost a ton of members on the side of casuals as well. Losing those 2 right before the spawn is going to be a bit dangerous. Cinderace won't be in position in time for the start of that Zapdos fight, so it's going to be a little bit awkward for them to try and get into this. And they're looking for Calamity, but Calamity's level 13. They're having a fantastic time on the Blastoise at the moment. And since they're so zoned, it looks like they're going to play it slow. Hoopa throwing down the portal as well to help out their buddy. He's going right back in. Will they be able to push this fight? Cinderace trying to deal some damage to that front line, taking it in slow, but they're in a choke point at the moment. The Pikachu Unite goes down as well, so we're talking about them trying to get a wombo on the side of casuals, but that was exactly what Primal 5 wanted. They got them in the choke point, and they just nailed them down and stopped them from being able to do anything. A really great fight from Primal 5. Casuals trying to do what they could to turn that around, but that goes to Primal 5. The Hoopa brings them in as well. There's no mercy in this game.
Yeah, I think Primal 5 is definitely showing the dominance and experience in this game. Casuals just didn't have a chance at all to come back into this game. 8-7, 4-7, and the score is still increasing. You might even get to see like 4 digits on the side of Primal 5. Just so brutal gameplay from them. They finally managed to bring down Noil, but it's a little bit too late for that now.
It's an unfortunate game for the side of Casuals. They did what they could, but they were just muscled so hard by Primal 5 from the beginning of the match right to the end. No goal has been taken down yet on the side of Primal 5. They've played this near perfectly, and they've gotten every objective that was able to be taken. So I think this is flawless form. This looks good going into that loser brackets final. I think they definitely have a shot at being able to take some of these games off of Renaissance, off of No Lucario, who are incredibly dominant teams. But if you're able to dominate in this sort of fashion as Primal 5, there's a solid chance you might be able to hold your own in games against both of those teams who have been incredibly strong in this region for so long.
Yep, and I guess, being in the lower bracket means that you have a little bit more time to play a few more games, and maybe that will help with the momentum, right? So Primal 5, after they finish in this lower bracket round 1, they will be facing the winners of the other lower bracket round 1. So we will be looking at Primal 5 against Pokéhanas after this.
5, 4,
Incredibly excited to see that next match coming on in and see if they can make it work and continue on and maybe do a bit of a resurgence from that lower bracket. Primal 5 looked incredible that game. A shout out to Casuals who did their best, had some good ideas there with their comps, and potentially could have set up for something incredible. But tough stuff in that game, I think. Primal 5 just showing off their expertise, and I'm excited to see what they can continue to do in this tournament.
Yep, definitely a very dominating performance coming in from Primal 5. But at the same time, to Team Casuals, it's really nice to be, seeing that Pokemon Unite is attracting newer teams as well. I mean, the World Circuit is about to end as well, so it's nice to see more and more teams coming into Pokemon Unite, and hopefully, we are going to be able to grow the scene a little bit more so that we get to see more Pokemon Unite action, even as we go towards the tail end of this year as well as next year.
And what I love about seeing new teams coming on is how they change up the meta, what they do, and what they decide to bring into these games, because metas often form, and in that case, people will just follow it almost religiously, and there's not a lot of innovators once it's sort of been solved, but occasionally you can find niche strategies or niche ways to work around certain compositions, and it is a lot rarer in a lot of the standard games for Pokemon Unite. You don't get to have an advantage in the regular ranked scene, but in these tournaments, you do get to see that, so there are ways you can work around teams in interesting ways, and you can kind of take apart a comp in the ban phase as well as find new ways to counter it. So hopefully we get to see more teams and we get to see some more changes to the meta.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited to see, them bringing bans into the actual official gameplay. But for now, I think we won't be able to see that. But okay, so with that, let's kind of look at the current bracket stage. In the upper bracket finals, we do have No Lucario and Renaissance, two very strong teams who are going to represent the APAC region in the London Worlds as well. So that will happen at 4:30, and at the same time, we will be covering the lower bracket finals once Primal 5 plays against Pokéhanas, and then we will bring to you the grand finals. And of course, all these teams, they are facing off against one another for a total prize of 1,750 Singapore dollars. So there's quite a lot of money that you can earn from this, and I think all the teams are definitely excited to do well in here and just get them ready for Worlds, I suppose.
I mean, look, if anyone looks hungry, it was definitely Primal 5. They dominated that last game, so we'll see if everyone else is just as hungry as them to be able to go for that prize money. But again, a long road ahead. They still have to go up against Pokehana. We'll see how they're going to be able to do and see if they can actually take some games with Primal 5, knock them out, and then we'll see if they can continue on as well. But No Lucario and Renaissance still up there in the winner's bracket, and they're both incredibly dominant teams in Pokemon Unite. So we'll see if they can manage to hold their own, still manage to keep up appearances and win this one for one of those two teams, or if there's going to be an upset win. I would be excited to see it.
For sure. And I think with that, we are going to go for a short break first before we come back to the game between No Lucario and Renaissance. So we'll see you then. Bye. And welcome back everyone to the Asia Esports Festival Pokemon Unite competition organized by the Three Big Hats. We are going to go into a very exciting game in the upper bracket finals between No Lucario and Renaissance, both extremely well-known teams who are representing APAC in the London World's Pokemon Unite competition.
It's going to be excellent to see both of these teams battle out here first, having a bit of a warm-up for that tournament ahead of time. So always excited to see both of these teams going up against each other. We know that they're probably the two best in the region at the moment, so always incredible whenever they get to battle it out.
Yep, and I think it will be interesting to see what kind of Pokemon they bring into. We are live, as you can see, we are live now at the Kallang Wave Sports Library, where some of the viewers from all age groups are actually here to watch these gameplay between these two powerhouse teams.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolutely electric match to see for this next one for the upper bracket. And look, I'm looking forward to seeing if No Lucario decides to stay true to their name, or if they're going to bring back the Lucario. It wasn't meta last time we saw them battling it out, so it wasn't picked. But considering it is coming back up in popularity again, now that things are getting a little bit weaker and it's now finding its footing once again, a few other buffs coming its way, we'll be curious to see if that pick is going to be a big part of it. But yeah, look, No Lucario Renaissance, they also were looking for a rematch against each other a little bit earlier when it was stolen away from them the last time they were battling it out. So we'll see who will come out on top this time around.
Yeah, and not to mention there is also a lower bracket happening. It will be between Pokehana and Primal 5. Whoever wins that part of the lower bracket will face with one of the losers of this upper bracket finals. So we might still actually get to see the grand finals being a game between No Lucario and Renaissance as well.
Entirely possible that this is grand final part 1, and then we're going to see part 2 Electric Boogaloo a little bit later on this evening. But first, we need to find out if they are going to be able to win this next match, and then we never know. Pokehana and Primal 5 could come back in the lower bracket and cause a bit of an upset. We saw how well Primal was able to do in that last match up against Casuals, able to muscle them out in a lot of situations. So keen to see if that's going to come back up, and if Primal is going to have a bit of a surge, or Pokehana is going to stop them in their tracks. And it's, once again, if we are going to see a No Lucario versus Renaissance grand final as well. So excited to see what both of these teams are going to bring. We definitely know it's some of the best Unite in the region, and wondering if they're going to be playing pretty meta, or if they're going to use this as a chance to experiment for a little bit. They do have Worlds coming up. They do want to play well on that stage. Maybe this is their chance to test a few things out. They know they're both competent teams, so they want to test it against some of the best.
Yeah, and of course, the format of this competition is slightly different from that of the World Circuit. I mean, we have two global bans on both sides. So that is one of the biggest differences between this competition and the ones that will be happening in London. However, I think, I've been seeing a lot of team compositions in ranked gameplay nowadays where they bring in 3 different all-rounder Pokemons. I'm just really wondering if we will get to see that. I think a lot of the all-rounders have very strong skill sets in terms of the moves and mobility, and that is really where the meta is right now. So yeah, just interested to see, are they going to ban the Hoopa and the Blissey once again? I think these were the more common bans that came up in the Lion City League previously. So it'll be exciting to see what they bring onto this table in this new patch of games, and see how they, strategize against one another once again.
Yes, those premium supports, the Blissey and the Hoopa, have always sort of been meta since the start. Hoopa being able to move you around the map very easily and can make a bunch of different plays happen for, teams that normally don't get a chance to jump around the map that quickly. And then, of course, the Blissey as well, one of the better picks to just sort of sit next to a carry and let them do what they do best and carry hard. So Blissey just able to give them everything that they need to push forward, go aggressive, and get those takedowns and just be able to win the game for them. So they are quite common. I wouldn't be surprised if those two were banned from these teams, but curious to see what the other bans are going to be. While we say No Lucario is known for being a No Lucario team, they do actually have one of the better Lucarios in the region. They play incredibly well on this pick, and they've been incredibly dominant. So curious if that's going to be banned out as well. And some of the other picks that are showing up now that are becoming a little bit stronger in the current meta. We've seen Dragonite slowly sneaking their way back in after a ton of nerfs, and then eventually getting buffed once again. And they've come up more in popularity, the ability to secure those objectives. And You also mentioned just before the all-rounder comps, running 3 of those just to go all in and go super aggressive. There's a lot of teams that can make it work, and you can even, again, run that Dragonite as sort of a pseudo-attacker because of the range you can get if you go the Hyper Beam build. So there's definitely different options for these teams. Curious to see if they will go all in, but I'm expecting probably a bit more standard. They will, run the sort of more front-to-back sort of team comps, battle it out. That's sort of what they're really good at, and we'll see if they can continue to bring that out.
Yeah, both teams definitely play extremely aggressively. We've seen them, they're not the ones to just wait for a team fight to happen. Once they know that they have the Unite moves, they are ready to take the fight. They are the ones to go into the goal zones of the other team and find the fight for themselves. And that's how they have been playing since like the past few seasons as well. So I think that's what we're definitely expecting in this gameplay. And I think Dragonite, as you said, is a really good pick, right? It does get a really good objective secure move at level 8, right? Hyper Beam, or even Outrage, which does so much damage in team fights. If you bring along a Blissey, you're able to kind of make use of the Outrage to great potential. And I think that's also why it has been picked up a lot more in recent days. And I think in terms of the bans, maybe we will be seeing a Serena ban. Serena has constantly been buffed and nerfed, but it's kind of like Lucario. It has a lot of mobility and the skills are very strong in terms of team fight potential. It does AoE damage, and that's always good for team fights, especially when these two teams are known for these team fights.
Serena definitely coming back up in popularity once again. The nerfs to Triple Axel were the initial sort of shutdown of the Serena, but then everyone just moved to Stomp, and now everyone still loves that move. They did put a little bit more power back into Triple Axel, but I still feel like Stomp is the way to go. You don't quite get the cheesy resets that you would have liked from the Triple Axel, where you can throw 3 of those in one go, get a stupid amount of healing, and just be able to run the team over. So I'm expecting if they are going to run it, it is going to be a Stomp, but I think banning it out makes a ton of sense. It is an incredibly dominant pick, and better to take it out. It's sort of like a Lucario, but it scales. It allows you to get to that late game sort of an absolute monster, but it fills the same sort of role. Jump into that backline, cause a ton of havoc, and with that scaling power as well as having an AoE stun, you generally want to take that one out. So I'm expecting that we won't see it, usually just because it'll probably get banned. But it would be exciting to see that one, come back into it. It's an incredibly strong pick.
Yep, and I think also another all-rounder Pokemon that we haven't really seen so far, but is a really strong pick. We've seen it do extremely well in the Lion City League is Aegislash, right? It scales into the late game. It does need like 3 stages of evolution, but if you're able to time, both skills well, just switch between your sword mode and as well as the shield mode, you're able to really disrupt the other two. And with that, we're really going into the first game of No Lucario versus Renaissance, and we are completely wrong with the bans.
Those are some interesting bans. I actually love seeing that they put the respect out to Zeraora. We have seen Discharge come back up in popularity now that it's been buffed multiple times, but it's finally back up to a point where you can run it again and have massive AoE damage. So now both versions of the build feel pretty strong. So Zeraora, a massive winner of the recent buffs and patches that have come out. And Ninetales makes a ton of sense, able to bring so much for a team, tons of CC, as well as bringing in the defensive utility with Aurora Veil. And again, other side, a lot of CC characters getting picked out. The Snorlax, which has come back in popularity, and Cramorant, which has been an interesting redemption story for them. They've kind of been forgotten for the longest time, and there wasn't a massive buff in particular that brought them back, but it was just the meta shifting in the way it did. A few buffs along the way, but over time, it's now become a priority pick.
Yep, and I think, Cramorant is definitely a Pokemon we've seen a lot more in ranked recently. It has a lot more mobility now. I think people are using it more, the Air Slash and Dive combination, able to just bring him across the entire map and deal a lot of special attack damage onto all of these Pokemons, especially when, they are going for all these all-rounders that we are actually seeing. I mean, Lucario, we are looking at the Serena being picked up as well, and of course, the Dragonite on the side of Lucario.
Ironically, all of the picks that we talked about, we said they were going to get banned out, but instead they were all picked by No Lucario. The Lucario, the Dragonite, the Serena, the Hooper, and the Blissey. Literally everything we talked about. They must have been listening in and heard, hey, we got to pick all of these things. But no, I'm excited to see that comp. It's an incredibly strong comp. And again, triple all-rounder. Makes a lot of sense. Going that Dragonite as well, still having that range sort of attacker in the form of the Dragonite when you go that Hyper Beam build. So I think this is a fantastic comp from the side of No Lucario, and it's going to be incredibly aggressive and impressive. But also, the side of Renaissance looking solid as well. Lots of team fight potential with the Pikachu as well as the Machamp coming in from their side. So I'm super excited. It's going to be, can No Lucario keep that momentum, push them through to the end of the game, or will they be able to, Renaissance, just hold back just a little bit, and then once they find their power, get in there and look, maybe they don't even need to hold back, getting a nice early pull.
Yep, I think Renaissance definitely made use of this Pikachu there. I mean, no Lucario, they had a lot of frontliners, but with the Pikachu's Electro Web so early in the game, you're just able to stop no Lucario from actually getting the farm and bringing them down just from a very safe distance. They are able to kind of do that. And oh, so many knockouts already, and it's not even 2 minutes in this game.
They are absolutely battling it out, and they should be able to chase this one down as well, just barely out of the range. Honestly, I love this play. Nobody really does this a lot, where you try to sneak her back, and they just barely get it. Everyone expects you to just keep on moving. That was a cheeky move from Pikachu there, Yang, nailing that play over there, and a nice takedown as well. Mevius in the top side taking down that Blissey as well.
Yeah, and of course, because we are seeing Koopas on both sides of the team, it means that there's a lot of rotations, and we've already seen that no Lucario's Koopa going down to help the bottom lane just now, almost knocking out the Pikachu, and on the side of Renaissance as well, Koopa just using its hyperspace hole to rotate down to the bottom, get them a very strong positioning, make sure that they are able to apply so much pressure to no Lucario in the early game, such that they can't scale into the late game with the team composition.
And look, with Renaissance as well, they already have a scaling team comp, more so, I'd say, than the no Lucario. So I think it's very much in their favor. Great gameplay. And they're going in for a dominant fight. A nice jump in there from Kamiru to be able to deal enough damage to knocking them down and the counter punch back. But they just barely managed to get out of that. Kamiru still trying to battle it out, going to jump into the portal. Can they make it? And they do.
Really good job on both sides. I think no Lucario's Dragon Knight already level 8 at this time, so that means he does have his Cycle Beam, and we've seen how much damage it was able to do onto the Serena and Machem. Macho not able to bring them down, but it still does a lot of damage as long as they get the stacks in. Solo going in for the knockout onto both Hoopa and Machem down.
Solo, although they have conceded the Lucario this time, their Serena is dominant. They do exactly what they need to do, get the double takedown as well, and now they should be able to just keep pressure in topside. They already like the position. It makes sense. The Dragonite has such great secure. You could just leave this one down here, but that means there could be a numbers disadvantage, and it's already looking a little bit sketch. Dev managed to get out of the fight, decides to take the slow way in, and that means Renaissance has the better position. Can they secure this though? Because Wraith coming on in, they've got the Parrot Punch. They do manage to secure it just barely. A good attempt from Wraith to try and sneak that one away, but Renaissance already had the better position on it, were able to secure that one, and now they're looking potentially to skirmish on top of the skull.
I really like what Yang is running. He's using that Volt Tackle with really strong potential, locking down the Pokemon on the side of no Lucario and allowing Renaissance Machem to just come in there and deal all the damage he can. And I really like this pick because, you know, mobility is the meta right now for Pokemon Unite, and just disrupting that in itself could be the decider in terms of team fights.
It definitely could be in Kamiru. I saw that play. It was a great attempt. Almost pushes those three members into their own team, but wasn't quite able to work out. And they do manage to get a bit of a counter punch regardless to take down the Hoopa. But it was a good attempt, but not quite what they were looking for. And they take down Solo, maybe being a little bit too greedy, trying to steal a few camps on the way out of the fight there. But a good collapse from Renaissance.
Yep, and Renaissance, they managed to get the first Dreadnought, they managed to get in some downs, break the tier 1 goal zone of no Lucario while we're looking at bottom lane. So they have the advantage in terms of the levels and points, but it seems like no Lucario did not willing to give up just yet. They're forcing a lot of pressure onto the bottom lane, making sure that, you know, Renaissance, they don't have time to farm around the entire map. They have to constantly respond to the pressure put on by the side of no Lucario.
A great takedown on the goal there, but it looks like they're not going to be able to counterpunch too much back. A good attempt. Solo knocking them down, stopping them from trying to get back out of there. And we do see Kamiru. They should be able to pick this one up with the Pikachu in the back pocket. Just barely surviving. Does get the takedown just at the end of that fight. But yeah, no, Solo playing this pick incredibly well. We were talking about how dominant the Serena is, and they're looking impressive this game.
Yep, I think both teams, we haven't had a second of like no action at all. Both teams are just engaging in team fights, engaging after one another, and now the Dreadnought is going to spawn soon. It seems like Renaissance has the early positioning. They have the Hoopa ready. Both teams, they are going together. The Unite move is used from the Hoopa, and that means the fight is going to happen now.
And there's so much damage going out. Who's actually going to be able to get this score? Just barely taken by the Hooper, and now they're going to get a takedown. The Unite to lock down that target takes them out before they even get a chance. KSD getting taken down as well, and they've got such a strong position. Serena continuing to chase down the remaining member of the team. Wraith has to run out of it, and they can't defend that goalpost. Another thing to note, Rebongs has been up top farming for most of this game. Wasn't needed for that fight at Dreadnought before, and they were able to get so much done. Almost level 13 now, already have a massive lead on their lane opponent.
Yep, no Lucario, they have to play from the back this time. They have they are lacking in terms of the levels, and they're not able to get a lot of the objectives that they wanted. Every single objective has gone to the side of Renaissance, including this Rotom. No Lucario, they have a lot of farm available, but they constantly have to respond to Renaissance. They just don't have enough time to actually get the farm that they need.
And we also see the Dragonite not getting as much value as we would like. They're just not able to set up on those objectives, and so they're just winning fight after fight. Wraith getting incredibly low. Are they going to be able to get up? No, they won't. Solo now tries to go in. Can they take down NT and get a little bit more XP back for themselves? The portal on top just to make sure they can get out, and the Hooper just barely doesn't make it. A good secure there from Kamiru on the Machamp, who's been dominant on this pick all game. And now we see Blissey trying to get that goal. Won't be able to get that dunk in, and Solo also taken out. It feels like Renaissance are just capitalizing on No Lucario, maybe pushing for a little bit too much. Because No Lucario, it is the right choice to go for these fights, get a takedown, and try and put some pressure on. But then they stick around for just that little bit too long, and Renaissance is punching.
Yeah, I think they... Honestly, I feel like both teams find good value from that, right? No Lucario, they do manage to get some of the knockouts onto this Serena. Serena is trying to its best to kind of catch up in terms of the levels to meet the side of Renaissance. But Renaissance, they are, constantly able to respond to this as well. But both teams, they are just incredibly competitive, and I feel like maybe in this game, Renaissance, they have that fire to want to win No Lucario, right? They did lose the regionals, and I feel like they are at this point where they want to prove a point that, we are as good as No Lucario, and we won this game.
They are hungry for this win. It was taken away from them, and they're looking for revenge, and they're doing it now, and they're doing incredibly well. But in saying that, No Lucario is still keeping up. Oh, the steal from Dragonite Dev, doing what a Dragonite does best. The cheeky steal with the Hyper Beam and getting out of it. I was just talking to the fact that No Lucario was keeping up in XP, and they still are. That take as well pushes them just slightly over. So that was a huge turnaround play from Dev, and now they've got the higher levels, they've got more XP, and they're ready to go for this battle.
Yeah, I think the point at this point is very important for the side of No Lucario. It means that Renaissance, they have to be the ones to initiate the team fight or initiate the takedown onto the Z+. But it seems like the team comp-wise, No Lucario is benefiting from this because we do have the objective secure, and the fight is going crazy already.
Kamiru with the knockdown on the Machamp, trying to keep that Lucario out of the fight, but they're just getting counterpunched too hard. Too much damage coming in from No Lucario. They've dominated this fight. They did exactly what they needed to. They engaged as a full team with these three all-rounders and dominated the fight, and now they're going to get the objective, and they will take this game.
Once again, we see the fight happening at near to the choke point, and because of that, Renaissance, they just get knocked out. They get 5 men knocked out by the side of No Lucario. I think, No Lucario has been able to... They have been able to show us that, they are able to come back from game time and time again, and this is no exception. They were playing from behind against Renaissance, but they managed to come back with the Dreadnought still, with that fight in the Zapdos pit, and with that, I think this game I think it's going to the side of No Lucario.
Yeah, I don't think Renaissance is going to be able to get enough points back to be able to win this one. They would have to get an incredible amount of dunks, so I don't think it's going to be possible at this point in the game. So I think at this point you think, as Renaissance, okay, what are we going to do next game? How are we going to come back from this one? How do we change this up? They've realized that this No Lucario comp going to 3 all-rounders was incredibly dominant. Do they try and ban some things out, try and keep them off some of these picks? Or do they decide to go into it themselves? Maybe they go all in and go aggressive, but we'll just have to see how they're doing this next game. We'll see if they can get a few more dunks before it ends, but they're fighting on top of goals for the side of No Lucario. I don't think Renaissance will be able to do too much, and they're already getting chased down. Solo, now just having a bit of a field day, had a bit of a rough time in lane, but pushed them off the point, a good portal back, but now Solo's rebounds going in now for the aggression, trying to get the takedowns there, and they try their best, but they can't quite take them down. Blissey coming in just in time to save them, and now they're just getting wiped from the map by No Lucario, and they will take this first game and the first one in the series.
I would say even though they took the first game, it was a very close match between both teams. So, I mean, even in the last push, Renaissance, they had 3 Unite moves, and they clearly knew that that was the best time to kind of go in and engage on them. But unfortunately, I think they were still very clumped up together, and No Lucario was able to kind of use that to their advantage. Using the Hoopa to stun them in position and making sure that Serena and Dragonite is able to deal so much damage to them that they can't come back. Even with the Hoopa Hyperspace Hole bringing them back, they still aren't able to survive long enough for them to actually get those dunks in. But I would say very commendable plays by both sides for this first game. Look at the amount of recovery coming in from NL's Ice though. Really good showing on the side of the on Blissey, and I would say for NT as well, 134,000. That's actually quite a lot.
A ton of healing from both sides, and a lot of damage coming out from Dev and Solo. It was about 130 for Dev, and just over 100k as well for Solo. So they were doing a lot of work in that game, just dealing out damage, and I would expect that a lot of that came towards the back half of the game, where they were able to get these crazy fights and engage and start doing what their comp does best. And it looked like the tight corridor was just what they needed. They were able to get so much damage out in AoE.
Yeah, I think, looking at both team comps, they had the advantages in different aspects, right? I think the Pikachu was a really strong pick. We saw how it helped their team assure them a lot of knockouts in the early part of the game, but I didn't really see that much value coming in from this Pikachu, especially towards the mid and late parts of this game. I mean, Volt Tackle is a really good move to kind of just isolate one Pokemon and allow your team to kind of follow up on it, but we just didn't see that much happening into the mid and late game.
Yeah, the Volt Tackle doesn't scale all too well. You can get a very nice early lead because you can just guarantee to lock down one target. And if there is only one priority target to take down, Volt Tackle makes the most sense. You can just lock them down, and then they're stuck in that situation for an absurd amount of time, and your team can just come in, clean them up, and win the fight. But that wasn't really the case here. What they would have really loved in that last fight was going the AoE Thunder to be able to lock them all down. If they had that and had them all together as a team and they were able to get that massive AoE lockdown, they would have locked down 3 targets. You could have cleaned up the fight quite easily from their side going from that point. But in this case, that wasn't what happened. It was just a ton of AoE damage coming in from each of those 3 all-rounders who thrive in that sort of tight corridor. And again, I want to give a commendation to Kamiru, who had a good look at the start of the fight, managed to completely push out the Lucario there, but there just wasn't enough follow-up damage on that target. If they take out the Lucario, they maybe just have a more smooth time in that fight. They get the one takedown and just move on to the other members. Unfortunately, they didn't get that in this time around, so I'm interested to see how they're going to adapt. I also think Renaissance doesn't necessarily need to change too much. I think their comp looked pretty good. They just didn't play it quite right towards the end there and allow themselves to get caught in quite a rough choke point, and I meant Solo could just do those AoE stomps and lock them in one place.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely agree with what you have to say there. I'm just wondering, for the side of Renaissance, was it because, their team composition was a little bit too squishy in the sense that, with all the all-rounders doing so much damage to them, they just couldn't respond or survive long enough for them to actually bring the side of Lucario down. I feel like with the lockdown from Road Tackle, it's a great option, right? But maybe a slow roll might actually be a much better one. I mean, you do have that kind of tank and sustainability built in already, and you also have that slow game to stop, the Dragon Knight or the Serena's Unite move especially, which I think was one of the things that they weren't able to answer in the first game.
I think a Slowbro would be a fantastic response, because even if you're worried about not having enough damage, go Scald instead. It's incredibly strong at the moment, and you'll still be able to do quite a bit with it. Otherwise, if you just want to play more teamfight, more peel, you can go the Surf, you can go the Telekinesis as well. And then you have just so much lockdown on the one character that they can pretty much have enough CC for the rest of the team, and that means you can be a little bit more aggressive with some of these other picks. You can still run, for instance, the Volt Tackle on the Pikachu, so you have that single target lockdown at the start of the fight. So I'd be curious to see how they're going to adapt in the next game and see if this series will make it to a Game 3 situation. But first, we'll have to jump into this next one, see how they're going to counter back. But excited to see that first game. It was magnificent. A good beginning from Renaissance, who held most of that game, but no Lucario coming back clutch when it mattered most.
Yeah, it definitely came down to how they kind of engaged in the team fight. I think, not to mention, I think the morale booster probably of, getting the last Dreadnought right before the Zapdos maybe might have tilted Renaissance a little bit, but also gave a boost to the moods of the players in NL, and then that kind of translated in how they kind of took the fight in the Zapdos pit. But of course, I think both teams, they are extremely strong, and I feel like what we might see is probably a difference in the bans this time. I think Serena and Lucario, like we've said, are just so strong on the side of NL. They're very confident with it. They know the thresholds of the kind of damage that both of these Pokemons can do, and it's probably better to kind of make sure that they don't actually pick this, especially because Renaissance themselves, they aren't going to pick it either, right? They chose to go for the Machamp instead, so yeah, why not?
Yeah, and it makes sense. Kamiru is an incredibly strong Machamp. Why not leave them on that pick, but take away the Lucario? Say no Lucario to no Lucario. It makes the most sense. Solo is absurdly good at the pick. Maybe that's why they called it no Lucario, because they plan to run it and they're going to force the enemy team to say hell no to it. That might happen in this next round, but I think it is a good idea to maybe change things up, maybe force them off the picks that way, or you could even flip the game on its head once again, decide instead to get rid of both the Blissey and the Hooper, which they've decided not to do this time around, but there is that ban on the Dragonite, and I think that makes sense. Take away their secure potential, and then that way they can't run the exact same 3 all-rounder comp.
And very interestingly, it is no Lucario side that decide to ban Serena, and instead Solo is going to play the Trevenant. We haven't really seen that much use of Trevenant so far, but I feel like this is an extremely strong pick. It has a lot of survivability in 1v1, 1v2, 1v3 situations, but also it is able to deal a lot of card control. You have the ability to reposition your opponents on the other side, and if you do it very well, I feel like the Sylveon and the Venusaur will be able to synergize extremely well with that and deal a massive ton of damage onto the side of Renaissance.
The Trevenant, I think, is an incredibly strong pick here as well, for the reason of having the double attackers on this team, and it looks like they're both going to run a mirrored sort of comp in terms of double attacker, double supporter, and then going in with that defender. And I think a great response from Rebongs as well on the Blastoise. You've got 2 of these defenders that are pretty good AoE damage as well in their own right, so they can do quite well on that front, and they're relatively tanky. Trevenant is the tankiest thing in the game. You can survive with only having one frontliner when it is that Trevenant. And even though Blastoise is a little bit squishy, if you do go the spin build, you get a lot of defensive stats when you're in your rapid spin once you hit level 13. So curious to see if they're going to go for that build and just cause absolute havoc on the back line. But it will definitely be no Lucario peeling back a little bit more, using the Trevenant just to soak up damage while they take their time to deal damage from their own side. And then a little bit more aggression I'm expecting from the sides of Renaissance, But they will have that kite ability with the Gardevoir. A good Gardevoir will be able to dodge pretty much everything you can throw at them and just deal tons of damage back.
Yep, I think both teams, they have decided to go for something more tanky. And I think it's quite interesting to see, the Sylveon being the one to go into the central area. This means that he has the ability to scale really quickly, because at level 4 he already evolved, and now he's probably going for an early rotation to bottom to pressure the side of Renaissance. Renaissance team composition is a little bit more late game. I mean, they do need to evolve to that Venusaur as well as the Blastoise in order for them to make use of it. But look at that, that's exactly what I was talking about.
The power of Hyper Voice is just absolutely disgusting if you keep them in that sweet spot. And Dev knew exactly how to position to make sure that one happened. Was able to get both of those takedowns by one just zoning out while trying to chase down that Bulbasaur. And because of that, the Blissey felt like they had to move bottom to try and draw some of the pressure away. And even then, still able to get the sneaky one off the back of it. And that does give them a bit of an advantage on Bees. So now, no Lucario looking great on this bot side. And they should have a little bit more scaling for the time being. Renaissance has got to figure out a way to get a bit of a counter punch back on the top side.
Yeah, meanwhile at top, I feel like they are able to find a little bit more space with, the 2v2 happening, and of course the Squirtle against this Trevenant. Trevenant is still kind of stumpy right now, and he really isn't able to do that much at this point. He really needs his level 5 before he actually pops off a little bit more, and I think that's kind of why there's not so much action happening at top lane. Both Pokemon, they want to evolve and make sure they have the levels before they kind of engage onto the other side.
As you say that, we see the level 5 coming in from the Trevenant, and that's an important level up. That means they can start being a little bit obnoxious, and they're even going in, trying to play on that knife edge, just barely get out of that one. So they should be ready to go for this next battle, but there's the first Hooper portal that we're seeing there. They should be able to cause some pressure. Are they going to go towards the bot side? I think they might even just use it to escape, decide just to hold down the fort, but we're seeing some great stuff here, and then we also saw the jungler, the Gardevoir, end up going bot side, trying to alleviate some of that pressure, as that was already looking quite tough for the side of Renaissance. But early game Gardevoir Curlier, not going to do too much until they actually get to that Gardevoir state. But that's why you put it in jungle, so it can just farm up for free and start getting ahead.
And a huge rotation from the side of No Lucario onto the top lane to put a little bit more pressure on Renaissance, who might have almost overextended right there. But they choose a really good time to actually push back and make sure that no Pokemon goes down before the second set of these.
That's exactly what you want as well, and we're already seeing people getting ready to go. They will be able to just portal straight down there, so no stress on just taking those extra few camps, getting a little bit more XP. Dev maybe going a little bit too aggressive, is level 8, so should be able to unite to try and get to some safety, but actually tries to go in all aggressive. I don't mind this play either. They're still able to get out using that extra burst of movement speed. Here comes Wraith as well, trying to get that takedown. They should be able to take down Rebong. Just barely sneaks out, but will they get a Hyper Voice? They do manage to secure it on the backside. Solo trying to push them into the team, just barely missed them as well. Hyper Voice doing a lot of havoc into that back back line. And now Wraith just zoning them off while they start trying to take the Dreadnought, but it did reset. So now it's giving them a little bit more time on the side of Renaissance to potentially come back. But Wraith still in that back line doing a ton of damage. They weren't able to take it down. They wanted to get the position closer to the Dreadnought, but because of that, they sacrificed their positioning, and now they're just getting decimated by the side of No Lucario. And a great stuff from Wraith, who found that pick, who found the pressure, and was able to get so much done. Now they've got the goal down. They should be able to get this one relatively for free.
I think the strategy is a little bit different from the first game because of the team composition, right? They are going for something more tanky, and that means they don't have much objective secure. In that sense, this is why the Tier 1 goal zone is broken up so early into this game, and with that, they kind of just use solo to plan this zone and get the Dreadnought without much of the contest at all.
While the War Turtle does quite well in lane and is able to bully people around, once they get to that fighting stage, they don't feel as strong until they get to that Blastoise. Once they're on Blastoise, they're an absolute menace, or if they are going to spin build, which they have, they need that level 7, which they do now have at the moment, but unfortunately they've just given up a little bit too much ground. Renaissance is getting pushed back. No Lucario having a bit of a tough time in that first game, but are ready to go, and they do not want to lose this next one, so they're already going hard in this one against them, and they're going to make sure that they can put that final nail in the coffin and make sure that they can win this round against Renaissance.
This is exactly what they need to do. They know that Sylveon, it scales better in the early to mid game, and if you want to win with this team composition, you must make sure that you give no space at all to Renaissance, who scales up much better in the late game. By just delaying their late game scaling, with the Sylveon right now, they are able to make sure that, you know, he doesn't scale down either.
In saying that though, Gardevoir level 9 is at that power spike, but they are getting incredibly low, trying to fight on top of this goal, but the Rotom does deny any of that healing, and they keep getting so much pressure. Take down the Venu, they take down the War Turtle, and they're getting a lot of dunks, and they want to try and get a cheeky 40 in. Unfortunately, Hooper wasn't able to get another one in because they were in their Unite form. They're not able to go for a dunk when they're like that, so it did have to get taken by the Sylvie, but that's still a nice 40 over the top of it, and still a pretty good over dunk overall. Now just getting chased down by Yang, but I don't think they're going to be able to get much value.
This Trevenant is being a very strong front liner for the side of No Lucario, not allowing Renaissance to come in close at all to them, and not to mention defending his best squishy Pokemon behind Dev on the Sylveon.
And Wraith does get caught out there, and it looks like they will try and go for the Sylveon, but the Sylveon throws the Unite, able to survive a little bit longer. Yang trying to cause havoc in the back line, but Dev ends up getting the takedown themselves. They are incredibly low, though, and now it's looking very much in the side of Renaissance's favor, and they have a better positioning. They have more members up and ready to go. We will see the Gardevoir coming soon. There goes the portal, so the Gardevoir can get their Kamiru. Will be dealing a ton of damage on this backside of the fight. And there's the Unite just to try and zone them off. A great Unite there. It doesn't look like it gets much value because there are no knockups, but it does keep everyone out of the fight. And they get the takedown. Just barely missed on that Hooper, who teleports out of the fight. But they do take down the Venu. Now they're chasing after Solo, who's in a bit of an awkward spot, trying to stop them from taking this down. A good counter Unite back, and it should still come up in time. Does a lot of value for them. They get one takedown, 2 as well, 3 now, and they're continuing to push for this fight. They're so low. Rebong's just trying to escape, just barely gets taken out as well. Nicely done from No Lucario, and that was right off the back of Solo on that Trevenant.
That Unite move right there was so well timed. I mean, it is an AoE skill, and it also increases the amount of damage that, you know, the other side actually takes in. Sylveon coming in right there and then allowed it to do so much damage, and they bring down 4 Pokemon on the side of Renaissance. The score is 0-286. No Lucario is playing extremely well in this game.
Renaissance looked like they were beginning to get a counter punch, but unfortunately just so dominant. What I want to call out as well is Wraith almost playing like a frontliner in these fights, and I actually love seeing it. They're taking advantage of the lifesteal that you can get by using that Giga Drain, but they do get taken out, maybe a bit too aggressive from their side. Yang doing a lot of work in this fight, just barely able to stay up. Nicely done to get that counter hit in, and that's a lot of XP in the pockets of Renaissance.
And now they have the numbers, they have the Pokemon ready to take the tier 1 maybe, as well as get the Rotom. But of course, Dev is trying his best, but he's only 1 Pokemon against 4. How is he going to be able to defend this? He goes down as well, giving Renaissance even more EXP. They get the Rotom, and I think they will be able to pressure onto the tier 1 goals and finally score some goals of their own.
They desperately need a little bit of dunks in just to make sure the threat on Zapdos isn't as scary. You never want to be completely behind. Now, it's just 2 goals and you should be well ahead once you get that Zapdos, but we'll just have to wait and see if they can make that work. They're beginning for this fight. They're getting the setup that they need. They're kind of all over the place. Solo right in the middle of the pit. Are they going to be able to make this fight happen? They do get the knock up, and we do see a better position from Renaissance, though. They're immediately knocking them down. A good Unite from Yang as well to deal a ton of damage and zone them out, but the healing from Blissey. Ice does get taken off at the end of it. Wraith trying their best to stay in this fight now, though, but Renaissance has just come back in the battle, and it's definitely been the story of this series. You might be winning in the game to begin with, but if you're behind, you will just have that better zap fight. They flip it there. KST trying to make sure they can bring anyone in. Here comes Dev. Can they steal it away? Just barely misses it, gets taken out, but that means it will go to the side of Renaissance, but they still need to get 3 dunks in. They need to go in quickly. They don't even get it on the bot side. They have to get these next 2 in, otherwise they are just behind, and it's going to be incredibly awkward for them. But Blissey trying to make it to that point. Will they make it? They need to get this dunk, but it is Solo on the Trevenant pushing them back, and that's why we love that pick. And Yang isn't even able to get a dunk, but now they're going for the bot side. Can they quickly sneak this in? Blissey just barely able to get it. Yang, can they make it happen? And it looks like they did get taken down. Unfortunately, that means no Lucario in the lead. Renaissance need to mount a comeback.
I honestly felt that that was a very good decision coming in from the side of Renaissance. They bring out Hoopa on the side of No Lucario, and because of that, No Lucario, they don't get a very good positioning into the Zapdos fight. So Renaissance, they immediately start the Zapdos, and they manage to get it done so extremely well. No Lucario tries to delay it, but even then, No Lucario, they still have more points than the side of Renaissance. They know they just need to defend, and that's exactly what they're trying to do.
We're talking about having those early dunks as an advantage, and it's happened for No Lucario. Now there is still one that they need to get, but it is a hard one to defend. They just need to get this one, but can they make it happen? They're running out of time. The rest of the team isn't quite in position. There's the Hooper Unite, and that's exactly what we needed to see. Can everyone get in position? A massive Unite coming out from the Blastoise, but it's incredibly close to time. They need any sort of dunks. Can they make it happen? That is a big dunk, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. Can they still make this work? The Blissey gets another 6 in. I'm not sure if it's enough yet. This is a close game.
I think they actually managed to get enough.
We'll just have to wait for
kind of
to come up.
Yeah.
Just
look,
barely!
score.
That's so close. You were devastated if you're the side of No Lucario, just trying your best to hold it out, and they almost get it, but Renaissance coming back right at the end to finish that one in fantastic fashion. Those last couple of dunks from the Gardevoir, from the Blissey, able to make that one a win in their favor.
Yep, I was definitely looking at the scores right there, and I knew that they kind of just needed like less than 100 points. At first, I think the 78 was just not enough, but then they managed to score in the 12, and with that, they actually managed to win the game. Wow, just amazing gameplay from both teams. I think this time, it felt like No Lucario, they kind of had the advantage in the early game, but in the mid to late game, they kind of like allowed Renaissance to come back a bit, right? They gave them so many knockouts in the top lane, and because of that, especially with KST going down right there, Renaissance they were able to kind of come back, get the Zapdos, and apply so much pressure onto the tier 1 go zone at the bottom lane, and because of that, we will be going to a game 3, and that's always exciting.
Always love a game 3 situation. It is a bit of a feels bad for No Lucario because of how dominant they were, and it was literally right at the end that they lost that game. Perfect timing from Mavius with that portal, getting that up. It was crucial that they had that to make sure the rest of their team could get in position. And in saying that, it was an easier goal to be able to take, but yeah, Dev and Wraith are going to feel that one pretty hard. 121k, 117k for both of them, dealing a ton of damage on that side. But I think just fantastic stuff from Renaissance, able to come back. And that's sort of the story of this series, you know. The team that is losing at the start of the game has a bit of a rough time, but they find this miracle fight. They find their way back on Zapdos. But I'd say this one was a little bit closer, at least in terms of objective scoring. But the early game for No Lucario was so much better in this game by comparison compared to Renaissance's early game in the last one. They were just that far ahead. It felt like they were just bullying them around a little bit, but those comebacks, that little bit of XP, stealing a few of those other objectives away, coming back a little bit in the mid game, and then that final fight just completely turned it around. Fantastic stuff from the side of Renaissance to make it into a game 3.
Yeah, it definitely felt like a repeat of the first game, just that the teams were swapped instead, right? I mean, instead of the Pikachu, you have the Sylveon coming in, and it does really well in the early to mid game like Pikachu did in the first game, but he just isn't able to translate that from the mid to late game. They are so squishy, and they just go down one by one in the Zapdos fight, and they weren't able to kind of find the angle to come back in as well. I mean, they did try to defend from the onslaught that Renaissance gave towards the end of the game, but unfortunately, just not enough in comparison to this late game scaling team composition that they brought along into this game.
I mean, look, it made a lot of sense why it was going to be so difficult because they didn't have the Hooper Head who throw the Unite as well from the side from the side of No Lucario. That would have been the only way to come back. And at this point, you think, all right, maybe purple side is just a little bit too OP. They keep winning for some reason, you know, when you're on that side of the map. But, you know, I think it was a good showing from both teams and really well defended initially from No Lucario. But I think the threat of a cheeky backdoor, because it was just one big dunk away from being able to turn that one around, they had to keep most of their team near that base, so they were at the ready to jump onto it. But I think, look, it was unfortunate for them in that situation, but incredibly well played from the side of Renaissance.
Yeah, and because of that, we get to go into game 3. And of course, you know, this isn't the end of NL or Renaissance in the Asia Esports Festival today. This is the upper bracket finals. And, you know, even if any of this team loses, they will be going down to fight Primal 5 in the lower bracket finals before we come back into the grand finals once again. So it means that we'll probably see all these 3 teams once again before we end.
Yeah, and look, it could be, like we said, it could be just part 1 of the grand final that we're seeing at the moment. But Primal 5 getting that win against Pokémon, I think that's fantastic to see. We were talking about how dominant they looked against casuals. So if they can keep that momentum up, and it looks like they're keeping it up so far, they might be able to take some wins off of No Lucario and Renaissance, and that could be enough to get them into that grand final. But still a long road ahead for them, and No Lucario and Renaissance still wanting to try and stay in that winners bracket, get comfortably to the grand final, not have to play an extra series, and just be ready to go in the next match.
Yep, I think that's exactly what we're gonna see, right? Right now, I'm just wondering, you know, are they gonna go with the same bands again this time as compared to the first game? They have brought on a lot of different Pokemons, both in the first game and the second game. So I'm wondering if they're gonna spice things up a little bit in the third game, or are they kind of going to go back to either one of the team comps that they used in the first or second game?
I think the comps looked fantastic from both teams once again. I mean, they both got what they wanted out of it. No Lucario was so dominant in that early game. They got exactly what they wanted to do. But unfortunately, the scaling came in incredibly well from Renaissance. The Gardevoir is such a dominant pick. Once you can finally get to that level 9, once you've scaled up, you're just able to dumpster in a lot of these fights. Big AoE damage that comes out from this pick. So I think, look, it makes a lot of sense. I'd almost say do what you can to keep the Gardevoir. It means you have to sacrifice your early game a little bit, especially when you put it in the jungle so it can have a safer time and farm. But maybe that's an adaptation. Maybe No Lucario say, hey, maybe it's time to bring back some counter jungle, throw in a greed and go in there, be aggressive, or even pick something like a Snorlax which can do it, or anything, just cause a bit of havoc in the early game in that jungle side. I'm surprised that we haven't seen yet, you know, people picking just a standard lane, starting the lane kind of normally, but then immediately going just to steal a few of the crabs. You know, if you can do that to a jungler that really needs to scale, you can set them so far behind.
Yeah, I definitely have not seen a lot of jungle invades or central area invades actually. I think because it is because of, you know, it is a very high risk, high reward kind of thing, right? So if you manage to get the central area Pokemon, that's great. But if you don't, you are being set back by a lot more, because now the central area Pokemon on the other side has a knockout and has all of the buff as well.
Yeah, traditionally that's also why people would do it with a Greedent. It doesn't matter too much if you fall a little bit behind in the Greedent, and again, with comeback XP, it's easy to get back in the game, but you still have ways to secure objectives. You're still able to charge in with your tackle and steal it, and then just enough to get you back to that point. And because you're such a tanky pick and you have so much mobility, you can often good situations. So that's often why we don't see it as much, but I'd love just to see the meta change to a point where we can see just those slight invades. You don't need to do a lot to keep someone behind. I mean, look, we've all been in the solo queue games where we got jungle, someone got one of our crabs, and now we're not level 5 for the first fight, and it's the most tilting thing on the planet. So unless anyone watching at home that does that, don't steal from your jungler, at least not in the first few clears, please. But no,
Please.
So yeah, please. But, you know, it'd be interesting to see if there's going to be teams that pick that up, but maybe they just get rid of the Gardevoir so they don't have to deal with it in the first place.
Yeah, but if you get rid of the Gardevoir, what are you going to let in is the question, right? Are you able to kind of face off against, you know, the other Pokemon that Renaissance is able to play, because they play so many different kinds of Pokemon. They know exactly what to do, how to synergize the different Pokemon on their team. So if you just take out the Gardevoir, what are you letting in, and are you able to kind of face that?
I mean, look, it's from memory, it was the Serena that they banned out last time just to make sure that it wasn't on their side, correct me if I'm wrong there. But you could just ban out the Serena as well as the Gardevoir. You're happy to leave the supports open. They've already proven that. You know, they both pick the supports and they're happy just to keep running with it. But, you know, and on the opposite side, there was also the Dragonite, you know, potentially trying to get rid of that pick. So, look, we'll have to wait and see once we get to this next game and what they decide to adapt and how they decide to move forward with it. But, you know, I think it makes a lot of sense to just try and get rid of that Gardevoir or try and get rid of some of that AoE damage, because that was a main reason why they were able to come back in this game. You know, they just had a better position on that Zapdos fight, and then having that better pick for that AoE damage just worked out very well for them.
Yep. And
okay,
alright,
so
it seems like something exciting is actually happening in the Asia Esports Festival. It seems like both teams have decided to go for a game where it is no bans and an entirely random team composition. I guess because, you know, they might actually be facing against one another in the grand finals once again. So yeah, maybe a little bit more of a fun game for us to, you know, cast and also have fun watching.
This is going to be an absolute... Look, I think it's going to be a bit of a circus, if we're being completely honest, but I'm looking forward to seeing what that circus looks like. The no bans, and as well as not picking anything. I think it's good fun. Both of these teams have been up against each other so many times, and honestly, that just speaks to the confidence that they're already understanding, hey, we're going to be in the final again anyway, so let's just do this.
This is a very interesting team. I guess it's not that interesting. I feel like both team compositions can work. But it's interesting to see like who are playing these specific roles, and I'm just wondering how confident they are in playing these Pokemons. I mean, we do see Wraith having on his Cinereith, right? With the green medal there, so it shows that he has a little bit more games over there. But for the rest, it's going to be quite interesting. Dev is also a very good Lucario player, so.
Yeah, Dev on the Lucario. I think he's at home on this pick and very ready to go and make this one work. But curious to see how they're actually going to pan this out. They do decide to play pretty standard in a 2-1-2, but the double Eevee is what I am seeing inside of Renaissance, and that means a nice early game setup. But I also think it's the most straightforward sort of team comp. You're happy to go to late game with it. You have a frontliner, you have you know, those double attackers to be able to go in there, but on the side of no Lucario, they have that supporter. They have the Hooper who can bring them around the map. And I think that's going to play into this massively. And it's also on Ice, who plays quite a few of those supportive picks, so I think it makes a lot of sense. They're probably more than comfortable to play the Hooper.
Yep, and I think in the early game, maybe it's to the benefit of Renaissance, right? I mean, they have, like you said, the double Eevee, and we really see how Sylveon has been able to do so much in the first game, and even now into the third game. But on the side of no Lucario, they have a very late game scaling team composition, right? They have three stages Pokemon, so their timing isn't now, and I think it's fine if they don't win the early to mid game, but they just need to make sure that they play carefully enough such that they scale and bring these Pokemon online better than later.
As you say that, though, they are winning this early game with
Wow.
the two massive early game picks that they have with the talent, with the Lucario. They are incredibly strong in that early game. They're able to do so much high mobility, as well as just being able to do a ton of burst damage in that early game. So bot side is going to be a little bit weaker, so I love that they decided to go top side instead, where a lot of their power is, and get a lot done in that early game. And we already saw how dominant that was. So even though they are meant to be falling behind, they're making it work in this early game so far.
Yeah, a lot of different rotations actually happening here. No Lucario were at the top lane, but now they are kind of congregating at the bottom lane. I guess with Hoopa, that's just the kind of things that you're able to do, right? And they are trying to pressure to make sure that, you know, this slow roll doesn't come online at all. I feel like this slow roll is going to be one of the stronger determiner of like who actually wins this game, because like if they manage to bring down the Greninja or Cinderace, that's a lot of damage down for the side of Lucario.
Yeah, and generally they're two picks that are highly mobile, so it's normally pretty hard to try and lock them down, but you literally have a point-and-click lockdown that'll last for so long, and if you can get it on either of those two picks, it should be able to turn the fight around. So, again, I think the side of Renaissance, the way they want to approach fights is a little bit more straightforward once you get into those mid-late game team fights, but the side of no Lucario just scaling incredibly well. Even though it's slightly more awkward for them to engage, they have to kind of rely on burst damage from the Lucario to get in there, but it might be enough to be able to turn this one around, and it means they just need a little bit of safety. And then Dev going in there, showing off what they can do on this pick, getting so many resets there and taking them all down. And they should be able to get Mevius to just try to burst this one out. I think they maybe should have just used that to run away. They tried to get the counter, and it was so close. Ice knew that they had that in the bag and just barely managed to secure it.
Yep, this game is going a little bit slower as compared to what we're kind of used to, but you know, I feel like both teams are adapting really well to unique team composition that they're kind of like a random that they have randomized. I mean, Renaissance they lose out in terms of the lanes, but they managed to get the first Dreadnought, and that gives them a little bit more EXP for them to actually scale. But at the same time, no Lucario, they have the Cinderace, they have the Greninja, they have the Talonflame, and once all of these Pokemons are level 9, I feel like they have to go in for an engage on the side of Renaissance and get all these EXP, get all of these needs for them to scale into the late game.
They definitely need that. And what I find interesting as well, the Slowbro has come online now, but decided to go the Telekinesis instead of the Amnesia, but kept the Scald as well. So curious to see how that's going to perform. They do need that sort of lockdown, so they might be able to lock down 2 targets in fights, which is what makes it very scary. They throw down the initial Telekinesis and then go in with the Unite move as well. Getting that double lockdown, that could be what turns this game around. We're already talking about it before. And the scaling as well, both of those EVs are now fully online and they're ready to go. So we'll see if Renaissance is able to mount a bit of a comeback and if they can continue on in the winner's bracket.
All right. In my opinion, I feel like no Lucario, they have the advantage in terms of team fights, but in terms of taking objectives, I feel like Renaissance definitely has it. They have the Dragonite, they have you know, the Sylveons and the Espeon just being able to burst down so much damage so quickly. So it really comes down to like who starts the fight, who ends it as well. And of course, this Slowbro pick of using Telekinesis is extremely well planned out, right? Because there isn't any Blissey's on the side of no Lucario, so there's literally no way for them to actually stop this Telekinesis from working.
Yes, it's going to be scary in these later fights. And what I find interesting as well is with Dev not going the close-up, which would have been potentially a way to keep that secure for himself. You're absolutely right. Not having that secure, not having the power punch in close combat to be able to secure some of those objectives, it is going to make it a bit tougher. They have to win the fights first. But they've already got an advantage. They should be able to win a lot of these fights. Otherwise, it is going to be on either Unites coming out from the Cinderace, from that Greninja, or seeing the Talonflame go in there with the Fly to try and get something done. But they're encroaching onto this fight. They're already getting quite low. Lucario tries to get the steal, and that one wasn't able to get it with the burst damage. Wasn't actually expecting them to not go for the fight. The Machamp secures that one, and now Dev is caught out of position. Renaissance has started to scale, and now they're in that position, but they're getting taken down. Ice doing a ton on this pick, going aggressive on the Hooper, but the counter back from Renaissance, and now Talon solo is caught out a little bit by themselves. Can they get another takedown before it returns? No, they cannot. They want to go for dunks, but the double Unite comes out. They're not letting them win that fight. They said, no thanks, we're winning this battle, and they take down everyone else in the fight.
Renaissance gets the Dreadnought, but you know Lucario, like we've said, team comp-wise, they are there for team fights, and they're showing exactly why this is the case. They are doing so well in all the team fights, they're forcing it out of the side of Renaissance. So you know, both sides doing extremely well at this point. I mean, no Lucario does have a little bit more points, they have a little bit more levels as well, but Renaissance, if they force out any objectives, I feel like they might be able to just get the Zeppelin instead.
Oh, and Dev showing off just a little bit. The huge burst damage there coming in from the resets on their dash. Love seeing that one come through. Wraith getting incredibly low. Just barely gets out of that. Looked like they were about to go back in and they'll port it out. I think you actually say thank you to the portal forcing you out there. Otherwise, you just dive into your death. I've done that a million times. I know what the Cinderace life is like. So a very fortunate port back out for Wraith there, and now they're just dominating this game. What was looking like Renaissance being in quite a strong position for a while. No Lucario doing exactly what they need to do, dumpstering these people in the fights. This Lucario on the side of no Lucario, which is always ironic to think of, just being a massive player in this game.
Yep, I think irony is definitely something that no Lucario loves, because they have just so many players who are so good at playing Lucario. Dev is also known to be one of the best Lucarios, I think, in the region as well, and he's definitely showing it off in this game with his Bone Rush and extreme speed combination.
And one thing to note, though, is no Lucario have gone for the earlier game objectives, going a lot for that Rotom, whereas Renaissance, the reason why they're still in this game is that control of getting a ton of XP, but keeping on top of the Dreadnoughts as well. And they should have the secure to get this one as well. Rebongs is in position, but they've decided to go for the fight instead. Will they be able to secure this? They get the Cinderace taken down, but a nice takedown on the backside as well from Solo going in there with that Talon, but KST on the Greninja. Will they be able to get it? But the secure from Dragonite is just too good, and they will lock them down. There's the lockdown we were talking about. Now there's 20 seconds left for them to get ready for this fight. Dev will look for it, but I think they're just going to try and find an exit.
Yeah, this is not what you want to do as No Lucario. We've seen this happen in the second game, and because of he just manages to escape, and because of that, they are able to reposition themselves for this Zapdos fight. And it seems like we have very sneaky super positioning right there.
Oh, are they just going to go for the cheeky win? I think they're just going to accept it and go for the win now. They're already ahead if they get a ton of big dunks, but they wiped the team instead. That's a massive play from the side of Renaissance, and now they're just going to go for too many dunks. I think you all need to commit to that play to make it work, and now it's definitely not going to work. It's definitely not enough points. I actually think the Hooper should have dunked the 40. They're still holding on to it.
Yeah, and now Renaissance, they have an advantage of almost 200 points. So I think it's going to be a bit hard for No Lucario to come back into this game, right? A lot of questionable decisions right there, I would say. I think if they wanted to go straight for that goal zone, they should have all went instead. Instead, Renaissance kind of saw that coming. They bring down some of the side of No Lucario, and now it seems like it's a hard battle for No Lucario to come back.
Renaissance taking advantage of their massive AoE damage to stop anyone from being able to do anything in that fight, to be able to portal back. And I think that was a huge heads-up play. They would have seen the Hooper. The Hooper was standing there for quite some time. They were ready to go on it, but they decided, no, we're going to quickly fight them now, burst them down while they're missing a member. And we also saw the Greninja portal out. The Greninja was ready to go, so it made sense from that side, but the rest of the team wasn't quite ready, and now Renaissance has the advantage. I don't think No Lucario is going to be able to make this work now. And they have actually surrendered, and they're going to call it. They admit defeat from a fantastic play from Renaissance. I think it was an interesting strategy from No Lucario to look for it, but they should have instead just been farming camps and getting ready to portal in.
Yeah, maybe the decision didn't come in that early, and they weren't very coordinated. Because of that, I guess for this game, Renaissance will be the ones to go. Will be the first team to go into the grand finals of the Asia Esports Festival Pokemon Unite competition. Really well played for both teams. I especially love this game because they were all just randomized, and you know, they had to kind of just adapt to the Pokemon that they were playing. And it just goes to show, you know, these players are so skilled in so many different Pokemon pools. And they are able to play whatever they're given, and I think that's a really good showcase of like skill and yeah, just so many unexpected things from these teams.
Yeah, there was no one in this game that looked like they were completely uncomfortable in their pick. They all managed to make them work and do incredibly well. I think it helps that the person that ended up with Lucario knew how to play Lucario, because normally that's the scary one. I'd say that's the mechanical check, but Dev definitely able to pass that one with flying colors. So I think fantastic stuff, and it was great to see it. We're talking about the being able to see new players come into it, but this is an alternate way to do it. Why not, instead of getting new players in there, get the same players but force them onto random picks and see how they do. But that is going to be also a bit of a weird situation, them dropping down in this series. But I would say they even went for this play because they were super confident that win or lose, regardless, they were going to be able to win this next match. So we're going to have to see if the momentum is going to be enough from the side of Primal to be able to come back and beat them in this next series, or if the confidence was enough and it will just be Grand Final Part 2 in just a little bit.
Yep, so maybe we can have a look at the brackets first. So No Lucario will be going down to the lower bracket finals, where they will face off against Primal 5. Both teams are quite familiar with one another, so it will be pretty exciting of a gameplay, I feel. And then whoever wins this round in the lower bracket finals will meet Renaissance into the grand finals of the Asia Esports Festival Pokemon Unite competition.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And look, No Lucario, that game might have been enough to shake them, because Primal, they're off of a win streak at the moment. So maybe that's the momentum that they need to catch No Lucario off guard and be able to make it to the finals. But I think, again, No Lucario, I think they're cool as a cucumber here. They were more than willing to go for a 4-1 match. So I think they're ready to go in this next one.
Yep, and before we go into these games, we will be taking a short break first. So we will see you guys soon. And welcome back once again to the Asia Esports Festival Pokemon Unite competition. We managed to see some really good gameplay just now in the upper bracket finals, but now we are going to bring it back down to the lower bracket finals, and it will be against Primal 5 against No Lucario.
Excited to see how they perform here, if the upset can happen, and then maybe No Lucario regrets going for the all-random game just before it. But first, we're going to get into this one and see if they can come back. And we have heard some interesting news that apparently both teams don't want to run bans in this one either. They haven't confirmed that they're going to go all-random again, but at the very least, they want to keep everything open. They've been told that they can do so, so no bans likely in this one. We'll just have to wait and see if there are going to be picks in it, but we're going to see how they can perform, because No Lucario already beat Primal 5 just before, so this is a run back for Primal 5. They want to get their revenge. They want to try and make it to the grand final. So I think picks are still going to happen. I think they are going to give it their best and try and push through, but we'll just have to wait and see once we get into this game.
Yeah, Primal 5 is riding on a really strong momentum, winning all the games from the lower bracket. So, you know, in terms of the confidence, and you know, they have the games ready to put, as in they have already played so many games, right? So, you know, they might be ready for this game. They have fought against NL before, and it would be no surprise if they manage to snipe this up from them.
And it looks like... Oh, okay, never mind, they've locked in. It looked like for a second there they were going to leave it open, but there's the Dragonite getting locked in. So it looks like they will play standard, but no bans this time around. So in that case, it seems like both teams wanted to leave everything open. They maybe didn't feel too partial to any sort of bans, and they were just wanting to leave as much open. Maybe it's in Primal's favor. Maybe there were certain picks that were getting banned by No Lucario that weren't giving them a chance. And No Lucario likely wanting to play anything that they can get their hands on and try and put their best foot forward. And it does look like there's potentially a sub out on the side of No Lucario, with Eris jumping on in there from their side.
Yeah, and I think the team composition coming in without any of the bans, it means that Aries will be able to come in with that Cramorant that we haven't seen at all in this competition. So it will be interesting to see how they actually do this.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see it in-game. I've talked about this pick quite a lot. I think it's incredibly strong in the current meta. It wasn't really necessarily due to any intense buffs that happened, but more so just with the way the meta is shifted around it. It can either go an incredibly highly mobile build, where it's just able to jump around non-stop and deal a ton of damage, or it can play a little bit more further back. It has to play a bit safer, but it can get a ton of CC and create a bit of self-peel and peel for the rest of the team. So excited to see this one coming out. It is the solo attacker for that team.
Yeah, and I think also for the side of No Lucario, they do have the ability to kind of aid this Cramorant just in case he gets a little bit too forward, especially when he uses his Unite move and everybody just kind of like converges on this Bluebird, right? So it's not a bad team composition, I would say. It will just be very interesting to see how that compares to that of Primal 5. They have the Pikachu, they have the Delphox, a lot of crowd control. So No Lucario, they have to be very careful about their positioning.
Yeah, I think Primal 5 has what I would consider a bit more sort of standard in terms of the team comp, you know, where you still have most of the roles filled out, where you've got your defender, your supporter, your all-rounder, and then a couple of attackers. Since I feel like, you know, speedsters have been a low priority for quite some time, which is upsetting, you know, they're no fun to watch, and maybe we just need a new speedster to mix up the meta just a little bit and make them come back. But I think we're also all thankful that they did the nerfs to Absol, because seeing them every single game was not fun. But no, I definitely think they've got a great team comp, and being able to have that Delphox with the lockdown is going to be massive in a lot of these fights. We're already seeing a skirmish break out, and it's getting incredibly close for Primal 5 there. They lose 2 of their members in it as well. So then we got Noil trying to get out of that fight too, trying to get onto the healing point, but there's so much damage coming at them. Will they be able to secure this one? They do get it. That's a massive play for No Lucario. That's going to keep them much further ahead in this early game, and it going to the lane with Eris and with Cramorant was able to cause a lot of havoc in the early part of the game. I think they need a lot to be feared with this pick coming out.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that at the bottom lane, Primal 5 has not evolved a single Pokemon there. The Fennekin is not even evolved yet, and I guess also the Chansey, so that means they don't have the ability to provide that sustained Blissey, and the Chansey will be going down, and that gives No Lucario a lot of pressuring abilities, especially with Cramorant's of doing so much AoE damage so early in the game.
Yeah, the Cramorant is an incredibly dominant pick early on, so it makes sense to pressure that lane and give it all the power that you need to. And it looks like Cooper is going to go back, take that chicken here as well. So I think it makes a ton of sense to get them in there, but a good rebuttal there. They're fighting on top of the goal, so it's a little bit dangerous this early in the game, but they're so low still. We're talking about how much AoE damage is coming out. Between these two picks, they did a ton. They get pulled it out, and they're ready to go in for round 2, and they clean up another one.
Yep, and the Pokemons on the side of Primal 5 still not evolved yet. They have to just back off, allow no Lucario to get their stacks on, especially in the bottom lane. So Primal 5, they need to play from behind a little bit, just play a bit more safer because no Lucario, they are known for very aggressive gameplays and it is definitely showing in this game.
It's likely going to be a bit of a change of pace from what we saw before, where Primal 5 were just so incredibly dominant in the previous games that they were able to just muscle people out of the match. But this is going to be a bit tougher. It is no Lucario, so it looks like the confidence is paying off for that side at the moment. Calamity should be able to just barely sneak out of that one, trying to run away from it. Should survive here, but that's a ton of pressure. The heal deny as well. Love seeing that from Solo, and that just goes on to show their prowess on this pick.
Yep, so much mobility coming in from the Serena over there. And not to mention, of course, as a Lucario player himself, he knows the pathing to go for, and he goes for both there. He's just denying the water on the side of Primal 5. And
Noyle going in early. The early take on the Hyper Beam, trying to take that one, but Dev was at the ready and just waited patiently. I think Noyle, bit greedy there, a bit aggressive, maybe just a bit of nerves kicking in there while that one happened. So Dev able to show off their prowess in this pick. If Noyle just waits a little bit longer, maybe they'll just worry they're going to get taken down there and they need to just throw whatever they could. But that's a bit of missed timing, which is going to cost them quite a bit in this early game.
Yep, Primal 5 definitely needs to prioritize getting all the different levels that they need. What also needs to get is level 9 Blastoise, and that's really when they can go in on the engage onto the side of no Lucario. If not, I feel like they just keep getting knocked out by the side of no Lucario.
Yeah, it's looking quite tough for the side of Primal 5. But again, I think they're farming better a little bit than some other teams have so far in just like, you know, when they're falling a little bit behind. So I think they're making the right sort of plays. They're conceding enough here and just trying to get what they can. They're deciding not to go as aggressive there. As you can see, just pulling off that goal. Conceding a little bit to try and pick up more farm, and that's exactly what they need to do here. I think it's fine to give up this Rotom, take your camps, and then just be ready to defend on top of that goal. And you can see they've already cleared their entire side of the map. So I think great performance from Primal. They're playing very disciplined at the moment. They should sit back and try and take what they can and defend this Rotom while they still can.
Yeah, Cameron, the Unite move just allows the Rotom to actually go in, and it just zones them out. Primal 5, they don't want to take the fight right there. They know that they need to be farming and finding the EXP that they need to actually engage, but they're not finding these spaces to engage.
Eris playing incredibly well there, forcing them off that point with the Unite, just making them respect. And I love seeing that one. And Eris also going in deep, trying to get the takedown there, and does manage to secure it. Incredibly well played from Eris there.
Yeah, very strong. I think zoning and as well as the positioning going into all of these different objectives. They know the timing for different things, but Noyle once again, will he be able to get it? No, he doesn't.
Devastation is just too good. Dev trying to steal those ones away, getting what they need in that battle. I loved seeing that one. It was a really great attempt there, at least from the side of Primal to try and take that one back. But again, I think Dev has just been on top of it every single time they've needed to get a steal, and they're trying to get a solo takedown on anyone. And in this case, Solo wants a solo. They should be able to get it, but jumping out of the way. Too slippery on this pick.
Very strong macro plays from the side of no Lucario. They have very strong map awareness, and Aries just coming back to the bottom lane just to help out the Serena at the right time. Just shows that, you know, they are such a strong team to go against, and Primal 5, they seem to not be able to find the code to crack the code yet.
They are struggling quite a bit, and they're now falling a little bit further behind. But I have seen worse deficits before, and they are coming up to the Zapdos. And look, we saw in the previous series, it was the team that was winning at the start that would lose towards the end on that Zapdos fight. So hopefully we can see a bit of that come out from the side of Primal. But great aggression from Solo. And there's the Unite coming in from Pikachu, which will come up in time. It has such a short cooldown. But they're trying to go in aggressive, trying to get something back. But Solo, once again, diving on in there. They're not quite getting the value that they need out of that Unite. And there's the Cramorant as well to clean that one up, and they will force them out of the fight.
a little bit late to use the Unite move, but of course, I think no Lucario, they know what they're doing, and they are definitely going to use the next few moments to actually try and farm out as much as possible in order for them to get back the Unite move that they have just used. I think it was a very good time to use it, especially because if they had lost the fight over there, Primal 5 would have gotten a lot of combat EXP, so they kind of just denied them that at the expense of using that Unite move.
And this is a scary Rotom take. Normally, you're not too threatened by a Rotom at this point in time, but you're looking at it 245, and the fact that your main base is already open, that is a risky thing to look at. I actually think Blast needs to try and burn this one down as quickly as they can, because if they're going to try and defend it, it's actually just stalling in favor of no Lucario. They could just muscle it in and then win without the Zapdos at all, and they do take the Dreadnought as well with superior positioning. Now it's going to be a little bit sketchy. It looks like they will get the defense. Everyone is there to get it, but that just means more time for no Lucario to get more XP and get further ahead and set up on the Zapdos.
No Lucario already has the setup. They are already in the Zapdos pit. They have the levels ready. They have 4 Unite moves. The Cameron does not have it yet. So I think the idea that they have is to probably stall it out a little bit. Make sure that Cameron has its Unite moves before they start to engage. Primal 5, they need to know this. They need to go straight for it.
Yeah, and they're going in. No Lucario is just going to try and steal this one away quickly with the Blasters over the top wall. They're going to try and get in position. Are they going to be able to secure it? Calamity is getting caught out. They don't even get their Unite off. That is devastating to see. And now Dev trying to get in there, trying to do something about it. Just keep them zoned out of the fight. And the Dragon Knight tries to sneak into that play, but just a little bit too late from the side of Primal 5. And they're going to get taken down in this fight. And it looks like no Lucario should take this first win.
There was just no way in for Primal 5. No Lucario was already in the Zapdos pit so early, and they were trying to go in from the middle choke point, and we all know that that is not the way to go in. You get caught out so easily, and no Lucario makes use of that. They bring them down, and they get the Zapdos, and they now just have an overwhelming victory of 892 to 32.
Impressive stuff from the side of no Lucario. Now, if you're the side of Primal, maybe you're thinking, hey, I think it's time to take in some bans, and what I would be looking at first is the hook, just giving them so much control in the game, able to jump around the map. And if you're not willing to pick it yourself, it might be best to keep it out of the match. But honestly, everyone on the side of no Lucario has been performing fantastically. It's going to be too difficult to just to ban a couple of picks, and maybe those picks do just make it a bit rough for the side of Primal 5, and that maybe, you know, they're getting certain picks taken away from them that they don't feel comfortable giving up. So I am curious to see if they will decide to go no bans here, or if they're going to keep them up, but it is a tough one.
Yep, and either ways, I think it's nice to see the Cameron finally coming into competitive gameplay right here. I think we've actually seen him use the Unite move to really strong usage. I think he manages to use it to zone them out, and he also does damage with them. So I think really good positioning coming in from no Lucario. They're going into the second game with a very strong, I think, morale and sense of gameplay.
Yeah, no Lucario will be feeling fantastic. They're definitely confident with their decision to decide to go all random, to have a bit of an exhibition match, or the one just previous. But if you're the side of Primal 5, you're looking for a way to get back into this game. And look, it was pretty toughly fought. You did your best, but some great moves coming out from no Lucario. They're getting you on the macro plays, and again, that's why I'm saying it's the Hooper. The Hooper allows you to do so much in terms of a macro perspective that it's going to make it incredibly difficult to get into these matches. So I think it's time to switch things up a little bit, bring the bans back, get rid of the Hooper. Yes, it might mean that you have to give up a few things from your end, but I think it's a better cost to pay, because otherwise that Hooper is just going to run you around the map with the rest of the team, and massive damage from everyone. They're doing quite well. You can see it was very much a team effort from the side of no Lucario. Everyone doing quite a bit. Solo coming out a little bit ahead on that 86k. But yeah, no, it was quite even damage-wise across the board, even on the other side with Primal 5. It wasn't like they were behind in damage. They were actually kind of keeping up with them for the most part. But it's just the macro plays coming in from no Lucario, showing that experience, which is coming out in spades.
Yep, definitely agree with what you're saying, right? I think Solo is extremely confident on that Serena, and he's able to do all these gameplay, and Aries is also there to kind of back him up. It's not just the support Pokemons helping those people in the front line, but also, you know, the different attackers, just making sure to be very aware of, you know, the opponent's positioning, and also, you know, the different thresholds of the HP that you have, your team member has, and when to rotate downwards, when to stay top, for example. And that really shows in the gameplay just now. So Primal 5, I think team comp wise it makes sense, but in order to kind of beat no Lucario, you need to be ahead of the game. You need to be aware of all of these strategies that NL has so much time practicing together to actually overcome them.
Yeah, and I think that game works if you at least have the Hooper yourself. Maybe they're not confident enough on that pick to bring it out and make it work, but if you can at least match the movements around the map, you can probably find a lot of success with that comp. I don't know what you take out in that case to be able to make it work, but I think it was toughly fought and it was a good attempt. So I'm curious to see what happens to this next game. Do they bring the bans back, or do they decide, hey, we're going to leave no bans up and then we're going to pick the Hooper as well? Because I feel like you have to answer it if you're just going to leave it open. So I think a good attempt, but let's jump into this next one. I'm super excited to see how they adapt, or if it is going to be a bit of a run back and they'll just try running it again, and maybe Primal has some confidence in this comp to make it work.
I think what we've seen so far in the games is that, the late game scaling team compositions tend to do better. And that's what I'm feeling in this game as well, right? Like the Pikachu, we've seen it happen before. And even in this game, we don't see that much value coming out of it. I mean, it does manage to maybe squeeze out a little bit more in terms of like being able to use that Unite move, but it isn't able to bring down the side of NL. They manage to do as much damage as the other side, but in terms of the value that they get out of it, it's definitely much lesser than that of a Lucario.
Yeah, and I think on the other side as well, in the matchup for Dragonite v Dragonite, we saw Dev absolutely dominating. I did call them Devastation because I saw Devastation in chat, but he was devastating that game, if we can say that. Absolutely demolished everyone in that match, going incredibly well, stealing every single objective away as it was timed, and you saw that, just struggling on the side of Primal 5 to be able to get their Dragonite to get in there at full effect, to be able to get those steals, and was a little bit early in most of those situations. So I almost think that's another part of it. If you think it's going to be a mirror matchup again, that's where bans come in. You can get rid of the Hooper, you can get rid of the Dragonite, you don't have to worry about it either, because it looks like the side of No Lucario, they're going to be able to time it a little bit better and get those secures.
Yep, I definitely think bans will be to the favor of Primal 5. But it depends. I mean, if both teams, they agree that, no bans is the way to go, then that's what we're kind of going to see. If that's the case, then you just have to find a way to actually counter pick or counter the strategy that No Lucario has.
Yeah, and that's the other way to do it as well. And again, I think Hooper, it's too hard to counter with just one pick, which is why I'm continuing to just ban it if you're not ready to play it. But, there are ways around it. With the Dragonite, you can find certain picks that can make it work, or just have something that either secures as well or better. Hell, if you're struggling to get the secure with that Dragonite, pick something like an Aegislash. Yes, you have to burn the Unite to get it, but you're going to get it pretty much every single time if you use that pick. Or just find other ways around it. Just try not to get in a situation where you have to worry about that. Pick a team fighting comp, one that can go in really aggressive and just take down members before they even have time to set up on the objective, or at the very least has a way to get into the backline, take out that Dragonite, maybe even bring out a Gengar or something with that sort of level of aggression to be able to take them down.
Yeah, or maybe if you're not going to go for an objective securing kind of team composition, you could go for one that's really focused on team fights. And we've seen it before, right? Some teams, they manage to get the objectives, but they lose the team fight afterwards, and we can see how detrimental that actually is in the totality of like the game, right? So maybe that's kind of like the strategy that they can kind of go for if they don't want to go for any bans. They know that Hoopa is more or less going to be picked. They know that Dragonite is going to be picked. So what are you going to pick to counter it? What are you going to do to kind of counter the different kinds of rotations that Hoopa brings to the game?
That's exactly right. And if you do want that sort of team fighting comp, then you just concede a little bit earlier on and just be ready for the big fights that count. Maybe the second or third Dreadnought, or for that final fight on Zapdos. You just have to alleviate that pressure and get ready to go there. But no bans once again, but they are going to go for the picks this round. And we're actually seeing a bit of a confidence pick there. Eris immediately onto that Absol. I'm looking forward to seeing it. It has been nerfed a little bit, but definitely still playable, definitely can still do some damage. So excited to see how that performs here. And once again, actually, no, it looks like they've taken the advice. Both sides now picking the Hooper to be able to at least match it and moving around those plays, but still holding on to that Blissey. So I think it's an interesting adaptation. There's still quite a bit of AoE damage with Noil as well. Going with that Azumarill, we can do a lot of single target damage, but all of the abilities being AoE allows him to still deal a decent amount of damage in a group. And then with the Pikachu as well. Huge Unite for team fighting. So I think they've done the right sort of adaptation. I like this look. They might be slightly low on damage in certain situations. Again, Azumarill's damage is very situational, so we'll have to see how Noil can perform on this pick. We don't see a lot of it, and on the opposite side, the Absol, a very aggressive way to get in the backline alongside the Serena and the Aegislash. This comp will function much like 3 all-rounder comps, so curious to see how they're going to perform here.
Yeah, I definitely like the changes that Primal 5 has made for the team comp. I think now Pikachu might have a little bit more value compared to like the previous team compositions, because now with this Pikachu, you're able to lock down this Absol with that Volt Tackle, and Absol being a very squishy Pokemon deals a lot of damage, but if you get knocked out first, then you just can't be part of the team fight. And I guess that's maybe what Primal 5 needs to do.
Yeah, there's a few picks that have a great way of being able to stop that Absol. The Azumarill as well, with the Play Rough, is able to lock them down just for a little bit, which might be enough time for the rest of the team to set up their stuns, such as the Serena with the Stomp or the Pikachu, as you said, with that Volt Tackle. So they do have ways to be able to deal with this pick, but they are going to get collapsed on likely by that full 3-man squad, you know, with the Serena, with the Absol, with the Aegislash, all going in at once, and that might be a little bit too overbearing, and you might also accidentally lock down the incorrect target if there's weird positioning going on. So curious to see how they're going to perform here, who's going to sort of come out ahead in these early games. Aeris gets quite low there, but will manage to get the cheeky shield in time to survive that.
Yeah, and I think it's quite interesting to see No Lucario opting to let the Aegislash go into the central area rather than this Absol. I feel like that's not something that you often see, right? And Dev, you know, he's actually doing extremely well. They are able to kind of pressure bottom lane quite a lot, and actually getting most, if not all, of the Bees, the first Bees on the bottom lane, and pressuring bottom lane as well, getting the Hoopa. This Aegislash is going to be quite scary later into the game. He already has a very good start to the game.
A lot of people underestimate the ganking power that comes from an Aegislash. Just when you're able to get a multiple dashes off with your empowered ability there, just your empowered hit over and over and over again, you're able to just nail down these targets, and there's no way for them to get out either. So if Dev's able to play it right, then this is a fantastic pick, and I think it makes sense bringing him into the jungle. And although Absol definitely a stronger pick there because they need that level 5 before they really come online, if you're able to outlast the early lane and you get a bit of a lead, which they've been given by their jungler, another thing that I thought was fantastic was Aegislash coming on down, because it meant that they were able to get that lead. Now Absol is in a position to carry.
Yep, and Absol is definitely one Pokemon that Primal 5, they need to be quite careful of, right? It has a lot of assassin-like properties that allow it to kind of go for all these 1v1 situations, and maybe that's kind of what No Lucario has in mind. Ooh, already at top lane though, Primal 5 doing a lot better in this game compared to the first, getting a few knockouts using this Azumarill, finding the Serena as well as the Aegislash. So great job for them.
That is desperately what we needed to see from the side of Primal 5. They were already losing on the bot side, and it was going to be a hard lane. It's an Absol that is now online, so don't worry about that lane. Go towards that top side, get your Azumarill further ahead, try and get that really good solo fighter, or even in team fights, able to do quite a bit of AoE damage. We talked about how it needs to be able to get to that point, so it can deal all that AoE. So I love seeing this adaptation. They're leaving a top to keep getting XP. They will bring it down. Do love that, and that means Serena is going to get a bit of solo XP up top, but they do get the takedown initially onto the Serena on the side of Primal 5. Are they going to be able to turn this fight around? There is the Azumarill. It is online. Can it deal the damage that it needs to? It is hitting a solo target at the moment with Dev. Dev gets taken down. Now Snorlax does get a cheeky goal to stay up, but that's a great position for the side of Primal 5. This Azumarill is actually coming in massive, doing a ton of work, forcing the Hooper off that point. Now they're going to try and portal it back, but do they have the damage to secure this? Will it get stolen away? A great secure from the side of Primal 5, and now we're finally seeing it. A great early game from the side of Primal 5, taking advantage of the victory that they had in the top side with that Azumarill, who's come up massive in that battle.
Yeah, and now in terms of the levels, they are doing so much better than No Lucario. No Lucario, they have already rotated up for this Rotom, but whether or not Primal 5 will be able to reach that and maybe snag this out, no, they don't. No Lucario is able to get it, but Primal 5, they are responding back with a team fight of their own.
You don't mind giving up the Rotom because you can just defend with it on goal and be able to take it out from there. Calamity is getting quite low though. You don't want to see them go down. And they take down Dev once again. Noyle on this pick getting the solo damage. And they keep going in one at a time against this Azumarill. They do get the stop there. But now the rest of the team is in position, ready to defend against Aeris. Aeris does try to get it, but gets locked down by the Serena. Perfect pickoff from Primal 5 there.
This is the combination that I was talking about, right? The Pikachu going in with the Volt Tackle brings down the Absol to such a low HP already. He tries to go in with his Unite move, but he just doesn't have enough damage to bring down Angela. Angela responds back with a Unite move, and he's just gone.
That was nicely done from the side of Primal 5. getting the fights that they need. Now, this is the game that I wanted to see. It's more scrappy. They're doing what they need to do, forcing these really awkward fights and allowing this Azumarill to be the key player here, which I never thought I'd be saying in a competitive match, because normally Azumarill is in a really odd spot, but they're winning these fights and doing what they need to do. Snorlax getting a bunch of one dunks in. I would expect that they must be going a dunking form if they're just going for these singular takes and then just taking it and running away. Either that or just trying to stall for a bit of time, but we do see the bot side. It is going to be time for that next Dreadnought. Who's going to be able to secure it? Hooper isn't quite in position yet to portal everyone down, and it's going to be a little bit longer for them to get there because they did lose that first goal in the bot lane.
Yeah, but it seems like Lucario is always very aware of where they should be, right? They know that the Dreadnought is spawning, and they are always the first one to respond. Primal 5, they only can kind of react to the onslaught coming in from Lucario.
That's exactly right, and it was looking a little bit sketched there for Noyle, but they find the lockdown that they needed, separating the targets so Noyle can do their damage, but now they're getting incredibly low, and they're going to get CC'd up, but the massive healing coming in from the Whirlpool, keeping them in the fight, but more Unites come down, and that saves the rest of the team, keeping up the Snorlax, going in huge, giving the shielding to the team as they need it, and now they're trying to run away with the Serena on the back of that fight, trying to get away from Solo, who's now locking people into the fight in a really awkward way, but now they don't have a way to be able to secure that objective. They do take down Solo, but they should be able to secure the Dreadnought for themselves.
A big win for the side of Lucario. They have such great macro plays and awareness. They go down for the rotation first, get into position, get the surprise strike onto the side of Primal 5. Primal 5, they can only react to what Lucario is actually doing, but it's a little bit too late for them. They aren't able to get some of the Unites in at that point, and because of that, they come together, and Lucario, they find so much value getting the knockout, getting the objective as well.
And they've gotten so much momentum off that one play. Now they're just getting this better position to rotate. A good pushback from the Snorlax, using that XP to fantastic effect. But now Noyle is alone, but they can survive for an absurd amount of time when they're by themselves from the additional healing that they get from all their AoE from the Whirlpool. And they're trying to stay alive in this one, trying to fight this one out, but they're getting locked down by the Serena, still up at the moment, but they will get taken out of the back of that fight. Pikachu throws down the Unite, tries to get the lockdown, just barely missing one of those takedowns there. They do get the Serena, but they don't get the Absol, and they desperately needed to get that one as well. So now it's just going to be a strong position for the side of Lucario. Dev in the back line, taking down the Hooper as well. Now it's a big dunk that they're able to get on that top side as well, and they should be able to get this Rotom. They've already got the better position. Primal 5 just need to relax a little bit, farm up, get back into this game, and get ready for that Zapdos fight.
Yep. Primal 5, they look like they had the game already in the early to mid games. What happened? Lucario right now, they are the ones dominant right now. They are doing all these good rotations. They are getting the positioning that they need and taking the team fights as well. The Absol being able to escape that fight right there means that Primal 5, they don't get the comeback EXP that they need. Most of the Pokemons are sub 13, and that's not ideal for the next Zapdos fight.
It is going to be quite dangerous for them. Primal 5 need that little bit of extra XP. Azumarill is at least level 13 alongside the Serena, so they've got their full kits there, and they're about ready to go. But the positioning for Lucario is so much better. And they're funneling into the middle, which is always a dangerous play to be making. Solo jumping on in there, trying to keep them out, and they can just wall them off, and that's why it's so rough to engage from that side of the map. And now they're in such an awkward position. They portal out Azumarill. I don't think that was meant to be the intent. Now they're going into the back line, though. A good backline engage from the Serena, from the side of Primal. They're doing what they need to do, trying to get this fight going. They're doing so much damage, causing some Tarek. Solo now trying to push them out, but here comes Aeris. Are they going to be able to get a takedown? They get locked down by the Pikachu. We were talking about how important it was going to be able to do that in the fight. They just barely escaped from that one, but they get incredibly low, and now this is a good fight for Primal. It's looking a little bit close. Can they continue to turn this one around? The Pikachu in the back, can they take down Solo on this Lax? Just barely manages to escape, but now the rest of the team is in a better position. Primal have all of their members up and ready to go on this fight, other than the Azumarill, which just needs to come back. Can they burn this in time, or will Lucario be able to get the cheeky steal? Amnesia in the back, trying to take people out of it, trying to make sure that they're not able to continue that one. But they're going to continue this fight. They're hitting that Zapdos. It's so low. Now it's going to be a complete 50-50. Who's going to get it? It goes to the Hooper. Lucario finds the win they need. It is so unfortunate because Primal 5 have kept this incredibly competitive. I don't think they're going to be able to win this fight now because most of the members are back and at full health, and they're getting taken off the map. It was such a good attempt from Primal 5. The fight was exactly what they needed, but they couldn't execute on the Zapdos.
they definitely looked like they kind of had it over there. They had a very good team fight, but unfortunately, their team composition isn't enough for them to actually bring down the Zapdos before Nolukaru is able to come back in. And with Nolukaru solo actually just distracting Primal 5 for so long, they managed to bring some of the Pokemon back in, and because of that, they are able to kind of just steal Zapdos right from under Primal 5's noses, and because of that, they are going to take this second game in, and they're going to go to the grand finals against Zapdos once again.
Smoothly done from Nolukaru. They were super confident, dropping down in the losers bracket, and they're ready to go for another series, and now they're all warmed up and good to go. But I do want to give a massive shout out, even though they weren't able to make a win out of that one and make it into a game 3. Primal 5 looked fantastic that game. They definitely put up a great fight, and it was much closer than it needed to be. Nolukaru had to sweat a little bit towards the back end of that to be able to secure that fight, but they do manage to get the Zapdos. Nicely played from the side of Nolukaru, but Primal 5 should definitely be proud of their performance.
Yep, they definitely did very well, especially in the early to mid games, right? But just unfortunately, Nolukaru, they had the better strategy, they had the better rotations and macro awareness to use the Pokemon to great effect. And because of that, I think they definitely were able to kind of overpower Primal 5, and Primal 5, they didn't really have a response. They didn't really know what to do against this team.
Yeah, I will say, it was Ingella on that backline with the Serena, getting right into there. That's the part we didn't see at the start of the fight, but they were doing so much to stop the side of Nolukaru from just encroaching onto the rest of the team and just wiping that fight and making it a clean win. So I think massive flank there, and you can see that 81k as well, doing their best to carry it. And huge stuff from Noyle for most of the game. The early to mid game was won because of that pick on the Azumarill, who ended up doing quite well, able to survive in a lot of these fights, dealt a ton of damage. You know, normally we don't really see the Azumarill getting those sort of damage numbers. It kind of struggles sometimes to get the same sort of damage numbers, but they played it to great effect,
Right.
singled out targets when they needed to, and then were going in for that big AoE heal when they needed to as well. So I think they danced around it well, but Nolukaru just dominant all the way around from later on in that mid game up until the end of the game. They performed incredibly well.
Yep, and Primal 5 isn't going to leave this competition with nothing. They are going to have the confirmed third place. So that means they do win $250 Singapore dollars from the Asia Esports Festival Pokemon Unite competition. So I think it was a really good job on their side. But you know, after we come back from the break, we will be going into another game of Renaissance versus Nolukaru, and I'm sure that everyone is looking forward to that once again.
Definitely some great stuff.
and welcome back for one final time at the Asia Esports Festival. We are happy to bring this to you, me and Phoenix here. We are going to go into the grand finals between Renaissance and No Lucario. So who will go back with $1,000 Singapore dollars and $500 Singapore dollars? What's your take on this, Phoenix?
I mean, look, I'm just looking for this 6-game series coming on in, so it's fantastic to see. We got a bit of a warm-up a little bit before with the winners brackets final, but going through the losers bracket, No Lucario wasn't afraid of doing that all-random match and ending up down here. Was able to win very convincingly and make themselves back all the way up to the top here. So I'm looking forward to another match. I mean, look, it was already close, those first 2 games that we saw before they went for the all-random match. One win one way, one win the other. So look, I'm curious to see how it's actually going to pan out. We don't actually know for sure which one's actually going to come out on top. Both of these teams go, punch for punch whenever they play together. So I'm looking forward to this match. I'm just keen to see, did they learn anything new from the previous games? Are they going to try something different? Or are we going to see those 3 all-rounders come back again? Or are we going to see, those other adaptations as well? So keen to get into this next series.
Definitely left us at the cliffhanger after the second game, right? We were kind of asking and thinking to ourselves who were the Pokemon that they were going to ban. So it will be quite interesting this time, right? It might be completely similar to how it was in the first 2 games, or it might be completely different.
Yeah, and enough time has gone past that maybe, hey, they've forgotten everything that they learned about the series and they're just going to go back through it again, and we'll see the 3 all-rounders come back again in the first game and see how that pans out. But look, I'm curious to see. What we did see in the last series was that there was the winners in the first part of the game, the first and mid-game, in those early parts were able to do quite well. But in the back end of the game, it flipped really quickly, and then the other team would win at Zapdos and it was all over. Are we going to see the same thing this time around, or is it going to be more consistent? Will we see that team sort of go from start to finish in a pretty dominant fashion?
And it seems like the bans are already in, and it is quite different. They are going to ban the very early game scaling Sylveon, and also a very interesting pick that they're banning Wigglytuff. We haven't seen Wigglytuff at all. It is quite interesting to see that this is the bans that they have decided to go for.
Yeah, seeing the Wiggly ban lets me think that either there's something that Renaissance has been trying with the Wiggly that makes it, quite tough to deal with, and they've decided, hey, we're just going to remove it and not have to deal with it, or it's something against their comp. And look, Wiggly, pretty strong into Aeris on that Serena, is a good pick to be able to stop those hard engages from being able to go in and do too much. But I find it interesting still overall. I don't think there's as much worry there. I mean, if they pick the Gengar, then I think it makes a lot of sense that they want to put that Wigglytuff
Nice
then.
cover through, but it seems like he is not going to go for the Gengar. I thought we would have one game with Gengar, but I guess, Gardevoir has been a pretty strong pick that Kamiru used just now, but this time it's going to be Dev that's going to use it. And I think both team compositions, pretty interestingly, both have the Snorlax, and on the side of Renaissance, they have a lot of crowd control as well, right? They have the Delphox and this very early scaling Ninetales. So it's a pretty balanced team composition coming in from Renaissance, and it does seem quite robust.
Yeah, seeing No Lucario and Renaissance, whenever they pick their teams, they always seem to have a similar read on what they believe is, the meta and what's going to work. Once again, 3 picks, the same on both sides. You already mentioned the Snorlax, but the Blissey as well, and also that Serena. And then still running a relatively similar comp, going double attacker as well. They just pick different ones. With Renaissance prioritizing even a bit more like lockdown and CC with the Delphox as well as the Ninetales, whereas on the side of No Lucario deciding to go a little bit more damage and a bit more going into those sort of fights by having, both the Cramorant, which is able to move around quite a bit, or even bring some CC, but I expect it will be the highly mobile build that we are going to see today, and also the Gardevoir, which can dish out tons of AoE damage once it gets that opportunity to scale, so it makes a ton of sense that we are seeing it in that central area trying to farm up and get ahead while it still can.
Yep, so I guess in this game, it really depends on how they kind of go into the team fight. So especially on the side of No Lucario, with the Cramorant, they have to make sure that the Blissey, the Snorlax, is kind of there to make sure that he doesn't get too much damage, because he is so susceptible, especially with his Unite move. So they have to position themselves really well. And on the side of Renaissance, I feel like their engage really is based on whether or not they are able to get a nice crowd control move in. Maybe the Fire Spin coming in from the Delphox will be the initiator for the side.
Yeah, on the side of no Lucario, you have to go a little bit more aggressive to be able to get any sort of lockdown done. Whereas, yeah, Delphox can just sit back, throw down a fire spin, and say, hey, you try and approach to us. So I think it's going to be an interesting dynamic that they'll have that. It looks like they trade one back as well. A good takedown onto the Snorlax there, who was maybe caught just a little bit far out, able to get them just off the back of that fight.
Yep. And I think what I saw was the Blissey on the side of Renaissance going for Safeguard instead. We haven't really seen it much because of the nerf to it. There's a 1 additional second cooldown for it, but I think it makes a lot of sense in this team composition, right? I mean, they do have the Curlier, the Gardevoir eventually that will be able to deal a lot of crowd control on the side of Lucario as well. So maybe that is why they kind of went for the Safeguard instead.
Makes a whole lot of sense. You want to have your carries, or even just the person diving into the back line, have a bit of freedom. Free them up to be able to do whatever they want so they don't have to worry as much. I think that's why Blissey has always been such a strong piece, because it can offer that if it needs to. But seeing a good skirmish so far on the side of Renaissance, able to outlast that pressure. But as I say that, they do get a nice collapse. Air is getting in there, securing the double, getting the Snorlax as well as the Delphox. Now they're looking for some more in the back line. I don't think NT is going to be able to get out of this, and they will secure a triple. So no Lucario now pushing ahead in this game.
Yep, that means a level 8 Gardevoir before the second set of Bs. So maybe after he clears out all the Bs, he will be able to get his level 9 as they rotate down for the first Dreadnought fight. So I think, Renaissance played it very well. They played very aggressively in the bottom lane just now, but no Lucario, they seem to be the ones to, get the fight that really matters, and they have the advantage in terms of the levels for the first Dreadnought.
They do have that advantage, but they don't quite have the level 9 yet. The Gardevoir was just slightly behind there, wasn't able to pick it up, but they do go for the fight. It is secured by the Gardevoir, who doesn't even need it, and they throw the Unite down to catch 3 members, and they're gonna burn through most of them. Ninetale's trying to get out of the fight to stall them from the back end, but will get taken out, and they also take down, actually just barely, Chimera able to get away from that fight, but still getting the double, getting the objective. That's a huge lead for no Lucario.
I think Renaissance didn't really, it was a very good decision to start the Dreadnought immediately, knowing that, this Gardevoir is this close to getting his level 9. But just so unfortunately that, as a Gardevoir, you just have so much burst damage, and with that, it was enough to kind of just take it away from Renaissance, and now no Lucario, they have the lead in terms of points and levels as well.
Huge props to Gardevoir there, just immediately as soon as they hit level 9, throwing down the Unite, catching those 3 members off guard, and just getting an even further lead. So now, no Lucario definitely in that driver's seat, doing incredibly well at the moment, and have a massive XP advantage at the moment up against Renaissance, who were struggling a bit, and I think it was those additional plays. One, the play up in top lane that went very much into no Lucario's favor, and then not only losing the Dreadnought there, but then also getting taken down and losing that fight as well, losing 2 of their members there. A great move from the side of no Lucario.
A very strong push happening now, right, as well as no Lucario. They realize they have 3 Unite moves against Renaissance 1, and they decide to go for the push at the tier 2 gold zone. They managed to take the team fight, they managed to get the Rotom in, they break the tier 2 gold zone, and they seem to be still finding some more value.
They're continuing to fight this one out. They will lose their Snorlax as they exit the fight. And I think it's important. Renaissance need to push now. They need to get something back, and it looks like they have those members. A great catch there from Mevius on the Lax for the side of Renaissance, and they're continuing to battle this one out. But there's the Gardevoir Unite again. Every single time nailing those Unites, getting incredible value out of this pick. And it's going to be a tough one for Renaissance at this stage, because losing that goal always threatens the late game Rotom, and not even needing to go for the Zapdos fight.
It looked like Renaissance had it with the Snorlax, but they just didn't have enough to bring them down. Instead, no Lucario will be the ones to take out 5 knockouts onto the side of Renaissance and get favorable position for this second Dreadnought. I mean, Renaissance, they can make it in time, but they only have 2 Unite moves. I'm not sure if it's going to be enough.
In saying that, though, there's no longer that Gardevoir Unite, which is huge in that last fight, but can they get the... No, the Gardevoir burst damage is too much. It's too much every single time, and they're playing this pick incredibly well, and now they're just pushing them over for the rest of the fight. Renaissance tried to get something back. They do get 2 takedowns, but it looks like they continue to fight back. It's a 2-for-2 exchange at the moment. They're trying to take down Solo, but Solo's playing incredibly well on the Cramorant, continuing to get more value back for them, and Yang, caught out of position, will get taken out as well. Massive plays from no Lucario.
Ice just doing such a great job keeping Solo alive. This Cramorant almost went down after he just used his Unite move. Everybody went onto him, but no Lucario was able to make the most out of that. They've managed to land so many hits onto the side of Renaissance, and once again another 5-man knockout on the side of no Lucario. They are doing extremely well in the first game of this grand finals.
And it seems like Renaissance is on the back foot. No Lucario warm from their last games, being able to play those ones as well. And KST actually trying to push them closer to the carry, which could have been a bit dangerous there. But Ice trying to peel them off. They do get a takedown. once again, and Renaissance is getting cleaned up left, right, and center. And no Lucario really pushing far ahead in this game. It's going to be incredibly difficult for Renaissance to find an angle, especially when Gardevoir is much better in those sort of teamfight situations. So I'm curious as to how they're going to come back from this. Is this a potential takedown onto the Cramorant? That's a lot of XP back in their pocket, but they need more picks like that.
Yeah, that is probably the start of Renaissance potential comeback. I think that gave a lot of EXP already. Solo there, definitely a little bit too deep over there, but you know, a fight is happening now and Renaissance seems to be the ones who are winning this.
Even taking down the Lax, that's exactly what they need. Just take those slow picks, back away. It's totally fine to not completely wipe their team. You're just looking to stop this Rotom from pushing in, and you're just looking to take a few takedowns without losing too much yourself. Get the farm. There's a lot of XP up on the map. This could be the comeback that Renaissance need. If you clean up most of this farm on your side of the map and don't give it over to no Lucario, you should be back in this game. But that does mean you're probably going to have to give up the Dreadnought, which would be a lot of XP, as well as a nice little buff on the side of no Lucario.
No Lucario also opting out of the fight right there. They know that if they kind of fully commit to that case, they might lose out in terms of knockouts, and Renaissance will be able to come back into this. Instead, they are kind of repositioning themselves into the Dreadnought side of the map, but they aren't actually going to start. I think they are kind of looking for an angle to kind of go in or maybe catch them off guard here. Make sure that Renaissance, they don't get the EXP that they need for the last final Zapdos fight.
I actually think if anything, you try and concede it. They do stop it for a little bit, which means it's likely that they're not going to turn around and rip. So if they can get a few more of these camps, they might get the EXP that they need. But I think it's more important to get that and also to get positioning. They better not go through this choke point. They know the lesson. They're going wide instead, and I love seeing this. We've seen a few too many times in this tournament where they're just trying to fight in the choke point when they really don't have to. But this is a great position. But Delphox not quite in the right spot yet, but might be looking for a cheeky engage from the back. We'll just have to wait and see. No Lucario confident with their position. They have 300 points, but that means Renaissance can take their time setting this up. They don't need to go in straight away. If they want to get the perfect fight and they can win it, then that could be exactly what they need to turn this game around. But they've got to be careful with this Gardevoir. The engage there from Mevius. They're trying to push away the team. They're trying to split everyone out, and I think that's a good play, but no one else was there to engage on it. Massive Unite coming in from the Lax, but no one's really there to catch up. And the engage there from Rebonks to try and take out the Gardevoir from the back line. They're doing a lot of burst damage, trying to take down Yang, but Yang is kiting back very effectively, but the Gardevoir is still up. The comeback could still happen. This Ninetales is getting a ton of value. Yang playing it incredibly well, pushing back, alleviating all that pressure, and they take down the Gardevoir as well. It should be a fight in favor of Renaissance. They just want to clean everyone up, so it's not up to chance. It's not up to a flip, but they did lose another member there. They need to take this down, and then all three of them need to get dunks now.
Yep. KSC going in for one last ditch effort. He's so low. Renaissance doesn't take him down, and then the Zapdos as well. Cramorant is back, but it won't have enough time to come back for this. Renaissance, they managed to get the Zapdos. It seemed like they were playing from behind for so long in this game, but they managed to once again take the Zapdos away from him. Will no Lucario be able to defend against Renaissance now is the question.
Unfortunately, it doesn't look like they're able to, and a very great job from Rebongs there to also get that extra dunk. Give a bit more safety. You don't want it to always just be one goal's difference, because that's when it gets quite tight and it can be very difficult to try and defend against that. They're now getting collapsed on, but this is a good position. Renaissance just need to defend, and it's 10 seconds left. They're not going to be able to push. A perfect fight. Renaissance had the patience, they had the setup, and they played incredibly carefully. They kept the Gardevoir out of the fight, so they couldn't use their Unite on the rest of the team. And then Yang positioning perfectly, kiting away, and they're able to secure that win.
Renaissance, they play this game very patiently, making all the right decisions that they need. Going into the Zapdos pit, even though they were in a disadvantage, they go in from the top. They wait for no Lucario to show up, and they find the right angles to go in. Delphox waiting even more patiently behind them. Only once the attackers on the side of no Lucario were down, he come in to kind of finish up the job, and with that they've managed to get the Zapdos, and with that they get a first win against no Lucario.
There was actually so much to unpack from that play, because yes, no Lucario, I think, made the right decisions all along. They positioned perfectly. They decided to stall on the Zap because they knew they didn't actually need to go for it. But what actually would have worked out better is if they tried to rip it really quickly, force RNS to go through the funnel and push themselves into that tight corridor where they can just dumpster them and just deal a ton of damage and then force them into an awkward situation. So unfortunately, they don't end up doing that because they're trying to make the right play. They didn't need to push for it, but then Renaissance played it perfectly. They were patient. They went through the top side. They waited until they were set up and they had the angle that they were looking for. And I've got to give it to Mevius as well. That initial engage, jumping right into the middle of the team, throwing the Unite and knocking most of their team up. I think it was 4 members out of the 5, and just causing a lot of havoc. I think it was massively well done from Mevius, and then the rest of the team played around it perfectly. Rebongs engaged right on top of that Gardevoir, forcing them off. Kamiru zoning non-stop with those fire spins. Yang kiting away, and Blissey just keeping everyone in that fight just topped up and ready to go. I think it was magnificently done and masterful stuff from Renaissance.
Yeah, very well played. I think they were very patient, and I feel like No Lucario, they seem to have this problem of making really good decisions in the early to mid game, but they're just not able to kind of translate that into the far end and the late game of this game. And because of that, you see them kind of just fumble a little bit at the end, and sometimes that's the part that really just ends the game for them, right? I mean, look at Renaissance. They've come back from like a 300 points deficit and taking it in the first game. So I think it is very high pressure, and now they have been making good decisions. They just need to make sure that as they go into the late game, they are calm and they are making all these decisions as well.
It's the story of this extended best of 6 series, but we saw it again. Winning the early game doesn't matter that much because the other team just finds the angle that they need and they win the late game. I think both teams have shown that they can play from behind, and it's interesting to see how the meta in this current series is evolving. It's like, okay, can you win that late game fight? And that's the most important part of it. So I think that's why a lot of the time scaling is the most powerful, because Zapdos can just flip a game so fast. So I think it's great. Great mental fortitude from Renaissance to realize, hey, it's fine. We can flip it at Zap and we should be able to win it. And even more so that they played it patient. Most teams would rush in there, try and get it taken down and get a position quickly. But they took their sweet time, and I think that was a beautiful thing. And that's where the experience comes in. But again, I don't want to completely dumpster on No Lucario now, because I think they played it well. They were winning most of that game. They had the right idea, getting the positioning and then trying to force them to an awkward situation. But I think if they played a little bit more to their comp and actually forced the Zapdos there, tried to start ripping it quickly, if they have two choices on the side of Renaissance, you can try and come in through top and then you just lose the Zapdos because you don't get there quick enough, and then Lone Lucario will just burn it. Or you try and push through the tight corridor to get there quicker, but then you're in the tight corridor and then Gardevoir can just lock you all down. So I think No Lucario potentially missed an opportunity there, but it's hard to tell because I think it was a smart play just to wait for it, since you don't need it to win that game there.
Yeah, I definitely think so. And right now, I think what I'm questioning is whether or not we will see the same kind of bans. I think both teams were doing really well, I think, in the first game. Very confident plays on both sides in terms of the picks as well. So, and I think the team just synergize with each other extremely well, such that, I'm not entirely sure are they going to keep the same bans or are they going to go for something different?
Yeah, if you're the side of No Lucario, you just say, hey, great, we just need to play that final fight better, so forget this, we'll run it back, we're happy to do it again. And if you're on the side of Renaissance, you might be thinking, hey, our early game didn't go well, but you could also be thinking, yeah, but we just won it late game anyway, so let's run it back. So I almost wouldn't be surprised if we saw it again, but I think there will be some slight adjustments. I think the side of Renaissance needs to find a way to get through those early games a little bit better for wear, and on the side of No Lucario, they're potentially looking for ways to secure that end game fight and make sure that they're not caught into a tight spot like they were this time.
Yeah, I definitely feel like I can feel the value of this Kremlin, right? It's able to deal so much damage in the early game, pressure the lane so much, but also with his Unite move dealing so much damage, it's also able to zone out the other side. And we saw how, because of that, they were able to kind of push towards the tier 2 goal zone of Renaissance, and that kind of put in a lot of pressure for them. But at the same time, Renaissance, they are extremely well versed with the game, and they knew that wasn't the timing for them at that point. They just let it in, and they did what they needed to do to come back into the game, and we definitely saw a very great performance coming in from them. So yeah, going to game 2, it's a little bit more, it's NL, they have their backs towards the wall. They are kind of fighting for this $1,000 in the grand prize of things. So it's both teams, they really want to do as well as they can for this competition.
That's definitely right. And again, these two are the best teams in the region, so they're constantly trying to see if they can prove that they're definitely the best in the region. And look, I'm excited to see how they perform here. I'm excited to see if they're going to change things up again. If they go back to something that they did a little bit earlier in the series, such as running the 3 all-rounders once again, trying to go quite aggressive, or if we will see something a little bit similar to this, play a bit more rounded sort of comps, try and play for these team fights and find an angle that way. But I think, again, it was interesting because Gardevoir is normally not meant to go that well in the early game, and they managed to find ways to make it work out. The burst damage, getting the steal onto the first Dreadnought, and find a lot of these sort of angles. So I'm wondering if they're going to continue to run it back, because that is some good late game insurance, but for whatever reason, it just didn't quite come together in those final fights.
Yeah, I feel like NL, they were a little bit more confident with the team composition with 3 all-rounders inside, right? I think in terms of like the players' play style and the familiarity with the Pokemon, I feel like that was where they were the best in. And I think Zone recognizes this as well. So those are the Pokemon that are banned, and I feel like NL, they need to kind of calm the nerves a little bit going into game 2, because this game could be very well be the final game.
Yeah, it is a best of 3. There won't be a bracket reset even if the lower bracket is able to win, so it is do or die at this exact point in time. But that's honestly almost more of an advantage to them, because it means they don't have to go for an even longer series, but they do need to come up with a win here and one more afterwards. So we'll see if they can get a bit of momentum, push this to a Game 3 situation, or if it is just going to be a nice clean sweep from Renaissance, the rested players that had a bit of time to relax after that bit of a for-fun match. You know, I am interested to see if more of that comes up, but I think both of these teams are going to take it seriously. They're both after the money here, and it is 2 top teams, so they need to go all out.
Yep, and I think with that, we will be going into the game shortly. I think the teams have taken a short break just to, gather their thoughts a little bit, and, they are already ready. So, and with that, we are going into the next game, and it seems like the bans are a little bit different once again.
Yeah, they are changing it up a bit more, and I do like that Renaissance is banning out that Dragonite once again, trying to deny that 3 all-rounder comp from coming into them, and it looks like they will actually, they might be thinking of it again in a different way, but I imagine they will change things up. The Garchomp, I think, is just a cheeky little mouse. I don't think we're going to see that one come out. It does have a Blissey, though, and I am very firm on the opinion that a Garchomp with a Blissey can still work in a lot of situations, but yeah, no, I like the Sylveon ban as well, trying to prevent that sort of early game spiking attacker, as well as getting rid of both the Ninetales and the Venusaur, which have been sort of comfort picks from Renaissance. We've seen them fall back on these picks a lot of times, and the Ninetales was massive in that final fight, kiting out effectively, being just tanky enough by having the Aurora Veil to be able to survive from this.
And wow, this time it seems like Renaissance is the ones to take back the Gardevoir, and also Zeraora, Yang on the Zeraora. We haven't really seen much of this Pokemon being used, but it has recently gotten its buff finally. Maybe we will get to see this Zeraora being used well, and then maybe we'll start to see it even more in like ranked and pub games.
Yeah, no, I love this pick. I've been talking praises about it for quite some time. I mean, the AoE damage that it's getting back from its discharge, I think is very important. When it lost that, it kind of dropped off in popularity a little bit. It found other life through the Wild Rush sort of build, but that was always a little bit awkward. You did get some nice lockdown on the single target, and you got the sort of invulnerability by being untargetable, but you lost a lot of that AoE damage, and I think pairing this alongside a Gardevoir, if you go the discharge build, and they're all going to get locked in from the Gardevoir Unite, I think it's a fantastic pick, and it is going in lane to allow that Gardevoir to scale up.
Yeah, but it needs to be a little bit careful though, because it is going against a Hoopa and Cameron, so both of them range are able to poke him down a little bit, denying him farm and putting on a lot of pressure in bottom lane, even though this is a 2-1-2 kind of situation.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a scaling pick in this situation. Zeraora always kind of was by having a late Unite, and I believe it did get a cooldown reduction, well, not a cooldown reduction, a earlier Unite at level 9 now, I think is when they changed it to.
Oh, the Machop coming in just manages to catch them unawares, and Yang, he needs to kind of go back. He almost goes down, but a great find from Dev, just hiding in the bushes right there. Renaissance didn't have the vision for it, and they kind of pay for it because of it.
I think it was fantastic. Picking Dev to actually go into the jungle as this Machamp, I think it's a perfect move, actually, because it allows that lockdown in the early game, just getting that dynamic punch, jumping in there, and going bot lane, I think was the perfect move. There's no way that Gardevoir is really going to be able to help out that much in a fight anyway, and you need to shut down the Zeraora early, make sure it doesn't scale up that quickly, and just delay that for as long as you can, and then that way your side can continue just to put on the pressure, and you don't have to worry about this insane wombo combo that's going to come out with the Zeraora with the Gardevoir together.
Yeah, definitely go for the bottom lane, especially because of how important the first Dreadnought always is in all of these games. I feel like if you get the first Dreadnought, you're kind of more or less have the advantage to kind of lead yourself, snowball into the game and win the game entirely. So of course, bottom lane, they are able to pressure it a little bit more with this Machop, and I think it will benefit them towards the first Dreadnought fight later.
Yeah, and I think it was a wise move to rotate most of the team down. Yang was struggling a little bit, and you need to try and get some scaling back in, and they do get some dunks. But a nice counter engage from Dev. They should be able to pick up the teleport out. Flawlessly done, but they're going back into the fight. This might be a little bit risky, and they're trying to get away. Mevius quite low, does sneak their way out of that. The Serena up at the top of that lane is able to sneak that back, but Rebongs also getting quite a bit of XP in this top side, and they won't have to worry too much about trying to contest against this with Hooper, so they should get a bunch of this solo XP. Level 7, a nice little burst of XP there, but the takedown onto the Hooper as well. Nicely done from the side of Renaissance.
Yep, and I think now Dev is just a little bit short of his level 9, unfortunately. I don't think he will be able to get it, and Renaissance is already starting on this. They have the guard ball out, they have the burst damage. The Hooper is the one who grabs it, and now they are going on to the side of Nolukario to fight, win the team fight once again. They bring down so many, they will probably go and get the first tier, maybe even push towards the second tier with the Unite moves on off Serena and Gardevoir, but they decide to kind of just back away, get the farm, and maybe rotate upwards towards the side of Rotom.
That was a brilliant fight from the side of Renaissance, and it's incredibly scary. Again, the scaling that's going to come out from this side, the massive AoE team fight potential, but there is still a Machad on the side of No Lucario, who could be the champion that we're looking for, but they need to show some brilliant plays here. There it is! That's exactly the play that we were looking for, and they do get one takedown, but they do lose themselves as well. Solo trying to make more happen from that play, but so much pressure being caused by Renaissance. Even though that was the perfect engage from the Machamp there, it wasn't quite enough. Air is also getting caught out just a little bit, has to back away. Rebongs keeping up this pressure, diving behind the towers, does get another one even between those goalposts, able to sneak another one away, trying to go for a big dunk, wasn't quite able to secure it. Here comes Dev once again. Can they bring this back? Can they get the damage that they need? But they're just too slippery on that Serena.
Yep, just falls short of getting a little bit more knockouts onto the side of Renaissance. This Premier needs its level 9 before it can actually do all of this fight. They need the Unite move, they need the Blissey Unite as well, but they just can't seem to find it. And Renaissance, they want to break this goal zone before they take the Rotom, but Nolukario, they keep on responding. Will they have enough though?
I think if you're the side of No Lucario, you're actually kind of happy with this situation, even though you're being forced onto your goal. They're not actually doing anything else. They're not trying to farm up, and you're just getting a few extra takedowns. You're behind, so you're getting the bonus XP. They have decided to rip onto that Rotom instead. I think that is a wise call. Just get it done and get it out of the way so you can start farming back up, because you're just slowly throwing tiny bits of XP to No Lucario with every single takedown that they manage to sneak away.
But this is due to the advantage of the side of Renaissance. Look at the positioning and look at the timing of the Rotom. It is Dreadnought time once again, but no Lucario, the Hoopa is only level 7. They don't have what it takes to kind of just bring the entire team back here. Yeah, and he almost gets caught out here. It would have been great for No Lucario to grab it, but no, they aren't able to. Renaissance, they get the second Dreadnought, and that's going to increase the level lead that they have onto No Lucario at this point.
A little bit greedy, trying to chase after that takedown for a bit too long. Zeraora, lots of mobility, able to get out of a lot of these awkward fights, plus now has a bit of shielding on the discharge as well. And they have ended up going for that build, which I love seeing, so I'm excited to see how they can perform in these team fights. We've already seen great effect coming out from this pick, as well as from the rest of the side of Renaissance. Rebongs, I think, has been the key player so far, just unrelenting pressure up in that top side on that goal, but we'll see if they can continue to keep it up as a squad.
Yep, and No Lucario, they have the Unite moves on the Hoopa, they have the Unite moves on the Kremlin. They need to find a time to do it, and maybe this is the time that they're looking for. KSC pops his Unite move. Kremlin is going in deeper towards the second goal zone, but nothing much is actually happening. They aren't able to translate it into any value at all.
The Machamp decided to stay towards bot, and I think if you're going to go for that play, you have to go all in on that play, and everyone just needs to make it work. And, like, I think it wasn't a bad look, but it's also going back to the second goal. They're going to get much more healing from there, and it's going to be way too hard to battle it. And now, that Unite is down for the next few, and I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get it back. It might have even just been a, hey, I want to make sure I use it now, so it's back up in time for Zapdos, but I think it was a bit of an awkward one to do, and they didn't get much value from it.
Yeah, and that also means that they have no more time to use their Unite move. It's 3:15 on the clock. If they use it, it's going to be very dangerous because they might not be able to have it in time for the Zapdos fight. But Rebongs is going in, he's trying to find them. Oh, Solo spot Solo, he goes down to Kamiru. Kamiru on the Gardevoir gets the knockout, and the Serena gets the knockout onto the Pyramid as well. It seems like teamwork on the side of No Lucario that they're known for. It's crumbling. Renaissance is just poking holes in all of the strategies that No Lucario have in mind.
It looks like they are getting quite exhausted, the team. No Lucario has been playing non-stop. They had to play through that losers bracket, get a couple more games in, and it seems like that might be taxing them at the moment. But in saying that, the story of this series has been the team that's winning loses it at Zapdos. So there is still a chance No Lucario might be getting the flip buff here, and they might be able to find it, might be able to see it happen, and we do see Machamp is up towards that top buff. They might rotate down, but a lot of XP in the side of Renaissance, and they're positioned well to be able to make this one work.
It seems like No Lucario is trying to go for a sneaky dunk in, but even if they manage to get the 100 in, they are going to still be at a disadvantage, and I feel like Renaissance, they're going to just start the fight without the Machamp, and Hoopa's going to be able to bring the Machamp in, but will Renaissance be able to kind of respond to that quicker? Oh,
smart cancel there from Kamiru, just completely denying that play. I feel like Hoopa needs to make them go in now, but that means Kamiru also is in the fight, who's a very important member. We do say that Machamp is important as well, but they're kiting for a while. We need to see how the rest of the fight's going. And they teleport back in, and they've lost the Serena, and the Machamp is so low. They're trying to make this fight work, but unfortunately, No Lucario is kind of pushing them out of the pit. But at the same time, Renaissance still a few more members up, still willing to fight this one out. Ice surviving for so long. They take down the Hooper as well. Now there's a slight advantage to No Lucario. They need to finish up this fight. They're going to go for the zap. They know they have to flip it now, but Yang could get a cheeky steal. Are they going to go for it? NT and Yang are both still up. They're going to just go for the hard 50-50. No Lucario has no choice. They need to make it happen. It needs to be here. And Machamp takes it. This looks like it could be a Game 3 situation, but they still need to get the dunks. Blissey running immediately for it. Cramorant running straight down. There's an easy goal for them to take, and they get the takedown on top of the Blissey as well. But now Dev is quite low. Will likely go down here. They do get taken out, and we do see Zeraora on the backside of that fight, trying to get another cheeky dunk, but there's too many in that central area. They will just get more value from this, and now they finally have a slight lead of, actually now a considerable lead. I don't think the side of Renaissance will be able to get there in time. They need to gain composure, group up, and make this fight work, but it is just two supporters left up on the side of No Lucario.
Yeah, Renaissance, they need to kind of rush all the way inwards there. Maybe the Hoopa will not be able to defend this. He's actually going to give out the tier 2 goal zone. No, he's not. KSC comes in, rebounds, doesn't get the 50 in, he doesn't get the 100. 24 seconds left on the clock. Renaissance, they don't have the Unite move that they need at all. I feel like No Lucario, they can defend this, and that probably means we will have a Game 3.
Look, it looked like those bees were actually just playing for No Lucario. They snuck in and stopped the Serena from completing that dunk. Before even Hoover had to move in, they were able to get that one. But I think the rest of the team was out of position anyway. So regardless of the unfair help of the bees, No Lucario were able to take that one away. And we're in for a Game 3 situation.
That's always something that we look forward to. And I must say that the Machamp going to top and kind of just baiting the Gardevoir there, you know, to actually pretending to actually want to dunk, but instead finding the knockout on Kamiru and kind of forcing the fight and Zapdos while that was happening, kind of just secured the victory for the side of No Lucario. It looked as though Renaissance had it in the bag, but No Lucario, they come back in from the back, and it's exactly like you said, right? Whoever wins the early game seems to lose the end game, and yeah, we will be going to Game 3.
So yeah, what I'm expecting for this game is just both teams to completely run it down. They both understand the meta. They need to lose as fast as possible, and then in those last 2 minutes, just bring it back. So looking forward to people just going in and doing some weird strats, just standing on top of the enemy fountains, just trying their best, you know, to get picked off by someone. In the hopes that they'll fall behind. But no, that was an incredible comeback. It was great to see Machamp playing incredibly well. We were like criticizing it just a little bit, but they both had a way to get back into the fight. And I think the Gardevoir just overstayed it a little bit too long. And it meant that Machamp was able to jump back into the fight later after the Hooper brought them in, and they were just able to clean that one up. It was a tight fight and very close, but the Gardevoir was a key player there, and I think it meant more for the side of Renaissance to have the Gardevoir there in the fight to battle it out, rather than losing the Machamp, because they had other ways to engage. They still had the Serena, and their main damage threat with the Cramorant was there. So I think losing that Gardevoir just completely disjointed what Renaissance needed to do. So a good heads-up play from No Lucario and a great punish from Dev on that Machamp.
Yeah, definitely a very well-played game from both sides. These games have been so close, and I'm just so excited to kind of go into the third game. I can't really fathom what they're gonna try and do, right? I feel like No Lucario, they're very confident with, you know, having all these all-rounder picks. They had Dev on the Machamp, they have Serena, Solo on the Serena, and Aries himself plays a very strong Lucario as well. Maybe these are the picks that Renaissance wants to take note of. They want to ban these a comfort pick for No Lucario. Make sure that they're playing on a field where they're not confident with. Force them to make decisions that they're not comfortable with, and maybe that's how they kind of win this game.
Yeah, and on the side of No Lucario, I think you need to consider getting rid of that Gardevoir. I mean, 102k, it was the most damage in the game for that one. And, even though they were able to split it up, I don't think they're going to make that same mistake again. I think they're just going to say, hey, let them take the 50 dunk. Let's just win the fight now before the Machamp even comes back. And, maybe that's the play that they need to go for. So I think Gardevoir wouldn't be a bad ban here, and I think it makes a lot of sense.
Okay, and for this next game, because Renaissance has been in the upper bracket, they will have the first pick on the bench. So that gives them a little bit more advantage going to this last game and for, winning all the games that they have gone so far. So it will be quite interesting to see what they decide to ban. I feel like it's good for them to actually go for the all-rounder bans and force No Lucario to play in a situation where they aren't as confident in. And I feel like that's probably the way that they can come back, because like No Lucario, they have been able to kind of read or play mind games with the side of Renaissance, especially in that last game, right, with the Machamp. And I feel like they still have the potential to do it again. So Renaissance, you need to try and find a way to stop that from happening if they want to win the $1,000 if they get first place.
Yeah, and I'm definitely expecting Renaissance to be first banning the Dragonite. If you get rid of that Dragonite, it will stop them from being able to run that 3 all-rounder comp. They seem to rely on that one to make it work out. So that way they have that sustained sort of damage, the range damage, as well as having that secure on the Hyper Beam. Without that, they don't seem to be confident in running that. So I expect that'll likely be the first ban, dictate those bans, and then they'll have another ban up their sleeve. So they have that decision to make sure they deny seeing that 3 all-rounder, which was able to come back massively in that first game of the winner brackets final that was happening before.
Yep, I definitely agree with you. I mean, if we're looking at both sides, the team comps that they're bringing into this game, what we're actually seeing is that, they don't have a Pokemon that has that much objective secure. And that means that they are always forcing both sides, Renaissance, No Lucario, they have to be taking the team fights first. And that's how we've been seeing the game in Game 1 and Game 2 go. You can't just force the Zapdos fight, because it really is going to be a 50-50, and they want to be assured that victory at the Zapdos pit, right? It needs to be more than 50%. It needs to be like maybe 75%. And the only way you can do that with the current bans is with a very team fight focused team composition.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And honestly, it was only that last game where we saw a proper 50-50 flip, where they just sort of said, all right, Zoro is still there, screw it, we've got to go for it anyway, this is our only chance. And I think it was the right play. If they wait too much longer, the rest of Team Renaissance just get back into position, and then that way they could just, change the fight once again. So I think it was a very wise move just to rip it and go for the best and hope you can take it down fast. So they did manage to do that, but you're completely correct. They need to win these fights before it gets to a flip, because otherwise they're just going to steal them away and sneak them back from them. And they just need to have confidence in those fights rather than trying to risk it for the biscuit.
That's exactly right. And I think, No Lucario, Renaissance, they probably have to, think about what they want to bring into this last game. How are they going to surprise, the other side? What are the kinds of strategy that they have not tried out yet? What are the things that they want to try in this last game? Do you want to go with something that you're extremely comfortable with, or are you going to try something extremely different, such that, the other team, they know what you're doing?
I mean, look, they could just convince them once again to go into an all-random, no bans, and see how that one pans out. Because it worked out for them last time, maybe it works again. But I think with money on the line, they're not going to go for that play. So, I mean, look, there's definitely a lot of things that they can do. We know that they're capable players. We know that they can play a lot of things. So there's a lot of different angles that they could try and take. They could go heavily indexed into that team fight, sort of team comp, and just go anything that has sort of large, big unites that kind of like do this AoE damage. In saying that, a lot of those picks, such as the Pikachu, such as the Venusaur, have been getting banned by the side of No Lucario. They know that this is how Renaissance likes to play anyway. So deny those picks, force them to play some other stuff, force them to just have the Gardevoir as the primary way of making the AoE work, or force them onto picks like Zeraora. And again, I think Zeraora actually looked fantastic in that last game, but it is forcing them to have a bit of a weaker situation in that early lane.
I mean, it was good for the side of Renaissance to actually experiment with the Zeraora in the second game, find out whether or not this is something that can work against No Lucario. And maybe they found out that they can't, but the second, they already won one game. Now it's just a 1-1 kind of situation. Are they kind of gonna do they feel that there's still potential using this Zera Aura in the team composition, or are they just going to remove it entirely and maybe go back to the first game team composition that they actually used, right? Which, you know, they are very confident in, and we saw them use it extremely dominatingly against NL.
Yeah, they might just go for the run back to what they've done previously. And again, you've said it just then. It's basically a best of one at this point. There's only one game now, so everything goes out the window, and it's time to do something new, or time to go back to something that you know you're comfortable on. A lot of the time, I think that's always the right play. You know, if you're in a situation you're not sure if you can just muscle through and win, relax, pick something that's comfortable, something that you know you're going to make the right decision on when you're playing it, and pick that. Even if it's not necessarily the best for the comp, occasionally that can be the way. You don't always need to play for the comp. If you play for comfort and you're nailing it and you're just leagues above what the enemy team's doing, you might be able to get away with it.
Yep, and I think it really depends on what the bans are and whether or not No Lucario knows this as well, right? How are they going to try and counter what Renaissance is going to do? Are they going to decide to ban out the Hoopa? They have been using it so far, and I think to very good users, a very different kind of users actually. I think with KST on his Hoopa, just spamming his Unite whenever it's possible, even though they don't really find much value out of it. But you know, all of these small decisions kind of affect the entirety of the game in this 10 minutes, right? So yeah, it really does come down to who makes the better decision. And I think with that, the players are ready, and we will be going into the third and final game of this Asia Esports Festival Pokemon Unite competition. Who will be the one to bring away with them this $1,000 SGD? We will show you soon.
Yeah, and look, I think going for the Hoopa ban wouldn't be a bad idea. They've decided not to do it. I think Renaissance, smart move. Again, we were saying it before, banning that Dragonite right off the bat, just stopping it, that sort of 3 all-rounder sort of comp. But they might even look for a similar kind of engaged comp anyway. I actually like the look of this from No Lucario, and it's a good adaptation. Maybe you don't get the Dragonite, but instead you go for the Gengar and just try and go even harder for that engage. And if Aeris goes, say, the Power Up Punch build, there is still that secure, not as strong as the Hyper Beam, but they can still make it work. And they're sticking to their guns with their bans, staying on that Ninetales as well as the Venusaur to deny that completely. And I also love getting rid of the Cramorant. It's been incredibly effective in these games.
Well, No Lucario taking a bet with Dev on this with Gengar. I feel like Gengar is a really strong pick. It's able to kind of burst down the other side, but at the same time, the very moment you miss a single move, you are pretty much dead, because that is when everyone is going to close up on you, and as a very squishy Pokemon, that's kind of like when you just disappear, like poof.
That's exactly right. Gengar is very much a feast or famine. If he's landing everything and they're getting ahead, they're unstoppable. There's not a lot you can do about a Gengar that knows what they're doing. But if they miss once, they're completely cooked. They don't really have a chance to be able to get anything done in this fight. And honestly, this is looking like close to a run back from the first game. It's not quite there, but it is much the same comp for Renaissance. This is what we saw them running last time. And then on the side of No Lucario, the only difference is they don't have that Dragonite to fall back on, but instead they're going for that Gengar, and I love that adaptation. So basically a rerun of the first game that they played in that winner's bracket final before this grand final. So curious to see how it's going to pan out.
Yeah, I do wonder about the Pikachu pick, right? We've seen how it does so well in the early to mid games, but it hasn't really shown us that it's capable of doing so, bring so much value towards the mid to late game. So I'm just wondering if this time Yang will be able to bring this Pikachu to and his team to victory as well.
Yeah, Yang seemed a little bit off in the game that they played in that first series, just not quite getting the value that they needed. But when paired up with this Machamp as well, I think as long as they've got their synergy together and they're able to get that lockdown, and Kamiru already trying to work on that synergy early, but then we also see Haunter. This is the pick that I really want to talk about, because this is the thing that's very different between each of those series. And the Haunter might be the difference maker. It might be more dominant than the Dragonite, or it might end up being just much weaker. It depends if Dev is going to be able to execute and be able to land everything they need to. They're already in position. They have gotten those Bs mostly for themselves. A good take there from side of No Lucario.
Yeah, and they are kind of pushing towards the side of Renaissance. It's a little bit dangerous. Rebounds, he manages to find Solo, and with that, Dev is kind of going in again, but I feel like if he goes in anymore, he's going to be the one brought down. Kamiru, he rotates up from the bottom lane, and he manages to find the Haunter. This is not what you want for the side of No Lucario. He wants to get the level differences. He wants to be able to burst down the other side of Renaissance, but Kamiru and his team, they are kind of able to stop him in his tracks.
That was a risky play from the side of No Lucario, and they do get punished for it. Kamiru is able to get back. They get one takedown off the back of that fight, but they've returned again, and Kamiru, massive teleport back in, huge damage, is getting quite low, but should still be fine. Should find the extra damage there. Gets another takedown as well. Nicely done from the side of Renaissance, playing this champ incredibly well. Kamiru knows how to play this pick.
Already almost level 8, and he hasn't even taken his central aerial yet. He is going to be probably level 9 by the time he reaches the bottom lane for the Dreadnought and for the second set of beasts. So No Lucario, they have to be very careful about this Machamp. They don't really have a Pokemon that can bring it down so soon. Dev, he is going to be crucial to No Lucario, but at this point, he's just not able to do what he needs to do.
And because they've gone the more risky sort of build, the one that scales much better, mind you, and we're seeing some great effect coming out of it now, and they have gotten, again, will they commit to this play? They teleport themselves out of that fight. 2 get a few more dunks, though, but I think that's the one issue with this version of the build. It does struggle a little bit as soon as you end, whereas with the Shadow Ball builds, you have a little bit more time. You can make a few mistakes before you get really punished for it, but nicely done to secure as well on Lucario, which was going to be their main way to secure this anyway. And it looks like they're not even trying to contest this, but I'm not sure I don't actually mind this play too much. They're getting quite a bit of pressure on the top side. They're still trying to get camps, and if they can get this Rotom as well, they'll get them a massive early advantage pushing this one in if they can even take down this goal as well, or at least get it quite low, so there's the chance of it coming back. But Kamiru in position, level 9, has the Unite, is throwing it, is going to use it, will take down, just barely dodges out of there, Dev, but they're still getting a lot of pressure. Will take it down off the back of it. Kamiru continuing to chase this one up, fighting off ice, and Aeris just has to sit and watch. And they don't get much value out of that Rotom pick, so well fought from Kamiru once again.
Very unfortunate that the Haunter is still level 8 instead of level 9. I feel like if that was a level 9 Gengar, it would have turned entirely different. The outcome would be entirely different, and perhaps that was kind of what they needed. They were a little bit impatient. They went in when they weren't ready to take the team fight, and Renaissance, they punished them for it once again. They have the advantage in terms of points and in terms of the level, so No Lucario, they need to be more careful here, but they might be able to find some value here this time.
A great catch there from Solo. Can they secure it? They do get the secure there, but now the rest of the team's getting collapsed on again. Kamiru is in the right place at the right time every single time in these fights, and just able to turn them around as soon as it looks like it's a half-decent play from the side of No Lucario. Kamiru is right there to counter back.
Yep. We haven't seen much value from this Gengar yet. It was a very risky pick, but we definitely expected much more stronger gameplay from the side of Dev, but we haven't seen it yet. Maybe this is the time for it. They still have chance to come back into this game with the second Dreadnought. They are already in position here, trying to find if there's any Pokemon that they can go for.
And again, it is the heavily scaling build. Once you get to the late game, you can just non-stop teleport on top of those targets, dealing a ton of damage. So there is still a chance it can come back. And it has a Blissey in the pocket as well, if it is able to get the defense it needs. But it is getting shut down here. A great catch. There's the Unite there. They portal out as well, so they should be back in and ready to fight just afterwards too. Are they going to be able to turn this around? No Lucario now has the better advantage. They do get the lockdown onto the opposing Serena. And there comes the Machamp. Tons of damage coming in, doing so much in that battle. They're continuing to fight back and forward, and they do get the secure for themselves. Renaissance playing too well. Kamiru is massive on this Machamp, playing like an absolute Machad today, and we love seeing it.
Yeah, and I think No Lucario, they found a pretty good angle to kind of go in there. Gengar, he does get a knockout onto the Pikachu in the back lines, but still, Renaissance, they managed to get the Dreadnought, they managed to win the team fight still. So they are looking very... They really have a very strong advantage at this point still.
Yeah, Renaissance is just dominating this game left, right, and center. Again, I think No Lucario, they just need to relax a little bit. The Machamp is where all of the eggs are sitting, though, so they need to be very conscious of that. And there's going to be some lockdown potential if the Serena Rebongs just locks down that Machamp and they're able to deal a ton of damage. They should be able to get a lot of work done later on. But a great secure onto the Gengar again, who really needs the farm, so they can capitalize once Rebongs gets that lockdown.
I think Renaissance, they know that Dev is the biggest threat on the side of No Lucario. That's why, they are always going for him. And I think with Serena, they're able to do that. I mean, in the fight just now, they use the Unite move on the Serena, and at more than half of Gengar's HP just goes down just like that, leaving it leaving Renaissance with the time to kind of use any other Pokemon to bring it down. And because of that, Dev, he just can't get his EXP up. He can't get the knockout that he needs, and he's not translating it in the team fights when his team needs it.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I love the way Renaissance have been playing, just continually punishing this Gengar, stopping it from getting XP, because even though the rest of the team, the XP, it doesn't seem that far behind, the disparity in the central laners is massive at the moment, you know. The champ is huge, and they need to find a way to lock this target down, continuing to get so much value. When it looked like they finally had the value, the teleport out, just to get in favor of Renaissance once again, able to get out, continue to keep Kamiru up, and they're continuing to try and fight this one out. It is getting close to time, so no one wants to use their Unite at this point. They want to hold on to these, but it's looking quite tight for No Lucario. Their window of opportunity is getting a lot tighter now because that Gengar just isn't getting the XP it needs, but as I say that, there's a lot of XP in the back of their jungle there. They need to go back in there. They need to pick up all that farm in their central area and find a way back into this game.
That they really need to find a way to defend the Gengar. It looks like Vbongs and Kamiru, they are just searching for this Gengar. They know that that's the target to go for, and once this Gengar is brought down, so does No Lucario, and I think that's a really good strategy. No Lucario, they have to find a way to counter this, and they just haven't been able to so far yet.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's still level 12 for the Gengar, not even level 13, which they definitely need, but the fight's going to kick off. They're trying to kill as much damage as they can. Kamiru is getting a nice Unite there, but doesn't get too much value out of it. They get enough, but the steal comes in from the Lucario. We're talking about the potential that it could take it, and now they need to rush in and get as many dunks as they can. Actually, they're going to try and back out, but they're getting stopped as well. It's going to be so tough because the rest of the team's in position. They really need two people to stop some of these dunks. They do get... Oh, but they're going to get the double up dunk. I love that the Felicity has stayed on it, and they got the resets they need. Renaissance is ahead, but it is definitely still winnable. Gengar is trying to cause some havoc, is trying to get some stuff in the back there, but now the team is rotated back. But there's not that... Actually, there's a decent amount of time. If the rest of No Lucario group up and can find a way to make this work as a team, they may be able to get 2 big goals in terms of strength.
The problem is both sides, they have all 5 Pokemon up. Okay, No Lucario has 4 Pokemon up, so it's going to be hard for them to kind of push through. I mean, they do have the Unite move on Serena, and Renaissance, they don't have anything at all, but that means you still have to clear them out, and that's going to be extremely hard.
Yeah, what I would have loved to have seen there is actually just the team splitting up and trying to get to that top side. Just deny that Hooper tech there, but unfortunately Gengar was a little bit too far back, so they weren't able to get in position. It looks like Renaissance should be able to win this one. They got 2 takedowns, so it's going to be incredibly difficult for No Lucario to do this with only 2 members left. Well defended by Renaissance, and just a dominant game overall. They completely shut down that Gengar. I loved the idea of it, but maybe picking something else there might have been a bit better. Hell, maybe picking an Aegislash, which does have that secure potential with its Unite, might have been the better way to go, and they still would have found a way to get into it, but I think they valued that consistent damage, and loved getting a chance to see a Gengar out here, but didn't quite work out for them this time around, and they are likely going to lose this one. There's 10 seconds left. They're not able to get in position. Incredibly well played from Renaissance, who will take this series.
Renaissance, they finally have the bragging rights. They lost to No Lucario in the regionals, but now they have won the Asia Esports Festival, and they are going to be the ones to bring back the $1,000 SGD value from getting first place. Really good job for both teams, I feel. Renaissance, especially Kamiru on that Machamp, actually getting so much value from the early game and just snowballing their team all the way to the late game. No Lucario, they forced out a 50-50 fight at the Zapdos. They managed to steal it, but they just can't translate that into Gozo dunks, and Renaissance, they just take the victory from under the feet.
Yeah, definitely right about that, Machamp. It was insane. Kamiru played it incredibly well. We saw at one point it was level 14 to Gengar's level 11. And yeah, Gengar only able to deal that 50k, then it was meant to be the biggest damage dealer. And then look at the side, Kamiru, 115k there. That is a ton of damage coming from the Machamp there. And the rest of the team's still doing some respectable numbers too, with the 74k on both Rebongs and Yang. So they're definitely not pushovers here. They definitely did what they needed to do. But Kamiru was a huge player in that game, almost solo carried that in some senses. It was insane the amount of pressure that they had, always in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, okay, and I think we need to give a little bit more credit to where credit is due. I think Rebongs as well as Yang, they finally found the angle to bring the Pikachu to give you 74,000 damage. He was present in a lot of the team fights, and I think just able to bring down a lot of the Pokemon to a lower health for Kamiru to do his thing, right? So really good job to the side of Renaissance. They did amazingly in that game. I think the team composition was well thought of, and they managed to strategize against the side of No Lucario. So congratulations to the side of Renaissance for getting first place in the Asia Esports Festival poll. Pokemon Unite competition.
Huge plays there coming in from Renaissance, but I do want to give a little bit more credit from No Lucario. One, accepting to have the lower bracket fun fest for that final round, being able to go in with an all-random one and accepting to do that. Playing through losers bracket as well and still winning that and looking confident doing it. And they still had a good form in that last game. I think they did have a chance with Eris trying their best to keep them in the game with a cheeky steal on that Lucario. And if, hell, one more member was up and got a dunk, maybe they end up winning that game. They back in time and they're able to defend. But unfortunately, it was a great capitalize from Renaissance. They already had that lead, and then they were just able to push them out before they could get too much done. So a good attempt from No Lucario, but Renaissance definitely the champs here today. Incredibly well done.
Yeah, and in third place we do have Primal 5, so they will be walking away with $250 SGD, while No Lucario will be walking away with 500 SGD, and Renaissance taking home $1,000 SGD. So congratulations to all these 3 teams, and to those teams who joined us for the first time as well. We hope that you guys are still we encourage you guys to continue playing Pokemon Unite, and we hope to see you guys more in future competitions to come.
Yeah, we saw some exciting stuff. Casual, for instance, they looked fantastic. Look, they had a bit of a rough time, but they ran some interesting comps, and I was excited to see what they were trying to bring to the table. And it's a shame we didn't get to see more of the players before they got knocked out of the tournament as well, so we could see some more interesting stuff happening from those teams. But honestly, great job all round, and also a shout out to Primal. They had a good attempt. They almost made it a 3-game series in that losers bracket final. It was close. They almost made a bit of an upset, but unfortunately just barely missing out on that one. So some great plays today. I think everyone that played in the tournament today did a fantastic job and should be very proud of the performance that they had today.
Yep, and with that, we have come to the end of the Pokemon Unite competition at the Asia Esports Festival. It has been a really good time here, and we will be signing off, Phoenix as well as me, Artisan. See you soon.